Hold on a second, Loch. I can't hear you. Working on it. I don't know why they can't hear you. They should hear you.
Tech gremlins weren't here.
That's right, them tech gremlins.
We're lousy with them.
All right, now mic check.
Check, check. Can the audience hear me?
Yep, they can hear you.
All right, awesome. Greetings, Earthbound travelers, and welcome to tonight's edition of Will of the Dice, Tales of Terradien. That's my personal homebrew world. We will be playing a one-shot tonight in that world setting, which I will give you some more details on once we get going. But to start us off, Tyr, would you like to give them the disclaimers and admonitions?
I would love to give the disclaimers. So, first off, we are from mature audiences. If you're not mature audiences, you may want to leave. If you're offended by things like the word fuck, you're going to want to leave. Just saying. Secondly, we are in no way, shape, form affiliated with any TTRPG creator, manufacturer, or producer. We are just a bunch of people getting together to play D&D, have fun, and share the story with you. Back to you, Loch.
And I'd like to talk to you about our partners tonight. Level Up Dice, fine purveyors of luxury dice for all your sexy dice needs. Level Up provides some really awesome dice. Tonight I will be using exclusively for all the rolls tonight these caged aluminum dice. They are super sexy. They are water jet cut aluminum that have a cage that is separate from the die itself on the inside. They are feats of engineering. You really need to check these out. So you're going to go through our portal to get over there. And when you do, go to, in the drop-down menu, go to aluminum dice and go to caged, and you can look at all the various sets. The set I'm using are the H. Quinn set. They are a tricolor set. They are black with red and silver splashed onto them. The tricolor sets are the most expensive, and then they go down from there. The most expensive of the aluminum, I should say. They do make caged dice in other metals as well. But check those out. You're going to go through our portal because it makes us look good, and you want us to look good for the company. So that portal is https://bit.ly/L, U, Will of the Dice, all one word. That's bit.ly/LUD, Will of the Dice. I'd also like to thank Patrick Taylor for providing our theme song for Will of the Dice. Thanks, Pants.
Ooh.
And Alice.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alice. We still are trying to keep up with doing our initiative One Community, One Campaign, and in order for us to be able to do that, we need help from you. So if you have a small business, or a friend of yours has a small business, your mom has a small business, your cousin, whoever that you might know, send in a shout out for them to the number 1 COM, the number 1 CAM at willofthedice.com, and we'll need your name or their name, the name of the business, a blurb about the business, and a link to their business, so that we can then share that information with all of you other people. That way, the word of mouth gets out, maybe business starts to pick up some, because we're all in this shit together. And on a separate note, we at Will of the Dice do not condone the use of nicotine products such as vaping, cigarettes, and cigars. Nicotine is an addictive substance, and we want all of you to be happy and healthy. Though some of us might be users of such products, we do not encourage their use. If you already do use and are looking to quit or are trying to quit, there are resources out there, and we encourage and support you in that endeavor.
Outstanding. And with that all out of the way, I guess it's time to do announcements. So if you guys would like to tell people who you are, who you're playing, a little bit of a description of your character, and where they can find you. Let's start with Wren.
Hey everybody, I'm Wren Matley. Tonight I'm going to be playing the 7-foot-tall Fearbog Scout. He's got light gray fur with dark frizzy-ish brown hair and soft brown eyes. He's got a bit of a nervous personality. He's still very young and still not entirely sure about this whole thing. But, yeah, he's out here doing his work. You can find me over on Twitter at Wren_Matley.
Hi again, I'm still Alice, and tonight I will be playing Lila Moontaker, who's a 25-year-old human bruiser with hazel eyes and chin-length brown hair shaved on one side and parted over to the other. She trusts few people in the world, but will pay a bloody visit to anyone if the money is good enough. And
They can find
me
you.
on... Yep, you can find me on Twitter at CapandCuppyCake. Please forgive me, I've got sick brain.
You are forgiven. My name is Patrick, and I will be playing Miss Fedoro. She is a 4'9", kind of smaller, thinner owlin. She has experience in the military as a linguistic expert, and after getting out of such things, she became an anthropologist. And yeah, she looks like a barn owl, and it's going to be really awesome. And you can see me on Twitter at Peculiar Patrick.
And I'm Tyr the DM. Tonight I'm Tyr the Player. Sweet, sweet revenge. And I will be playing Chaucer. He is a human fighter, 6'5", long brown hair, well manicured goatee. Is not the brightest crayon in the box, but is very loyal and very strong. And you can find me on Twitter at Tyr_the_DM.
Thanks, guys. And I am your illustrious DM for the evening, your guide on this fail train of clusterfuckery. We're going to fail bravely forward tonight, I hope, at least. I don't know. I've never done this on stream before. I hope I have planned enough adventure for it. Or, they could go off book and crash and burn everything around my ears. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But you can find me on the Book of Faces and the Twitter Patients at Loch Unruly. That's Loch with an H. All right. So real quick to get us started, this is the world of Terradien. Terradien is, if you imagine your typical medieval fantasy world, except that the crux of the divisions in this world have come about because the elves hate dragons and have pushed all of the dragons or destroyed all of the dragons on the main continent where the elves are from. The continent is diverse. There's a lot more than elves on the continent. In doing so, they sort of started a great war where the entire continent sort of divided itself along ideological lines that were pro-dragon or anti-dragon. The Eastern Bloc civilizations, if you will, are still pro-dragon. They communed their wealth together to offer in tribute to dragons. Dragons in my world do not have innate alignments based on their color. And they would offer trinkets and shiny things to dragons' wealth so that the dragons would bless their communities. The elves hated dragons, thought that the elven magic was purest, and wanted dragons gone as they saw them as a threat to their power. Dragons still exist on the other land masses on the continent or on the planet, and all of this. The Great War came and went, and then several generations later, it was found that in the Great Dwarven City of Drakkenhaven, they had found 3 eggs and had gotten them to hatch and were raising them and offering tribute and living by their old ways, their old ideological ways. And when the elves found out, they struck out with no regard for innocent bystanders. The mountain that once stood great and powerful in the Dwarven Kingdom became a chasm where nothing lives. The last 3 dragons on the continent that were known were wiped out, and the chasm now marks the line of demarcation between the western block and the eastern block of the continent. And a cold war has raged between the 2 largest powers on the continent. On the far western side of the continent, you have the Empire of the Firmament, which is very pro-elf, very anti-dragon, very heavily human, although humans aren't originally from there. The land was originally Aarakocra and Leonin. And then on the western side, the largest superpower, if you will, is the Sovereign of Unity, which is very much still holds their ideology about dragons, even though there are no dragons left on the continent, and still sees dragons as good for the people. And it is a tense situation. The 2 major powers in this continent are always, it seems, on the brink of war, always trying to get one up on each other. There is an arms race going on. And that is where you find yourselves. Now, prior to our game starting, you each were approached by an individual, one Reginald of the Red Fens, who is known to be a criminal mastermind. He specializes in making high-value criminals disappear when things get too hot for them. Sometimes he makes people disappear in other ways. There have long been rumors that he is secretly an agent for the Unity. And then there are just as many rumors that he is a double agent playing the Unity, but he really works for the Firmament Empire. So what you believe about Reginald is largely up to you at this point. Some of you have only met him once, some of you have met him more than that. You were each given a location to go to. If you are not within the bounds of the Firmament Empire, or near the city of New Lorien, which is the largest city in the Firmament Empire, you were given a location to go to, and when you arrived, there was a very lithe, small, like 5 foot even, tabaxi woman, very severe looking of face, waiting for you, and she opened a portal in a tree at the location, and bid you to step through. Having all gone through your portals, you arrive in what can only be described as a very large warehouse. The sound of ships moving nearby, the smell of brine and salt water and fish are very strong, leading you to believe you are somewhere near the docks. And the warehouse is big enough that there is what can only be an ancient tree enclosed inside it. As you arrive, there are multiple people going about their work, doing various things. Halflings, gnomes, some dwarves, tabaxi. There's a notable half-orc woman wandering around. You are all instructed. You are taken to an area where there is a table laid out with some rolled-up parchments on it, and are asked to wait, as Reginald will be along shortly. So if you guys would like to sort of meet each other, feel free.
Upon arriving, you would probably find that there is a large grayish firbolg, probably standing like off to the side near the shipping crates, kind of trying to stay out of the way and looking a little nervous.
Yo,
Are we? Sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just. Are we all in the? So we're all in the room with the table, and we're being told to like wait and.
You can start from your entrance through the portal, or you can be in the room. You can your choice, dealer's choice, but interact amongst each other. Or if there's anything else you want to do in the warehouse or try to do in the warehouse, let me know.
Lila's she's near the table, but not sitting at the table, but she has one of the chairs from the table, away from the table, spun backwards, and she's just sitting.
Chaucer will be sitting at the table, looking at the other ones. He'll look at Scout. Hey, what in the name hell are you?
Sorry, you cut out for me. What, dear?
What in the name of hell are you?
I'm a fearbog.
Never heard of it.
Oh, we're not out much. Hi.
Hi.
My name's Scout.
And what do you do, Scout?
I'm a healer.
I'm Chaucer. I'm the muscle.
Reg didn't say much about what I was supposed to be doing this time. Just I'm supposed to keep you all from dying so you can get your job done. And, help where I can.
It'll all be made clear.
Edmis will be the last one to kind of join the group of them in the room. She'll just open the door and be like, "Oh, hello. This is the meeting place. I am assuming. Yes."
Yeah.
Yeah, little owl person, come on in.
Oh, excuse me. My name is Edmis Fitro. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm sorry. What is your name, Mister?
What, are you talking to me?
Yes, sorry. I have a very big head and very little eyes, so sometimes it's very hard to find for people to see who I'm speaking to. But yes, I'm speaking to you, Monsieur Firebrook. Your name?
Well, I'm Scout.
Yeah, very, very wonderful to meet you. And you, big sir.
Chaucer.
Ah, very good to meet you. And you, my human companion?
You can just call me Bruiser. I lost the accent already, fuck.
Yeah, I gave up on mine.
Perfect. So we have Bruiser, Chaucer, and Scout. Is it perfect? Wonderful. So I'm sorry, I seem to have come in on the beginning of this conversation. You said you are the Bruiser, but your name is not Bruiser, and you are the healer, but your name is Scout. Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Scout,
Yes.
you, with your passive perception, you catch from an adjacent room nearby, muffled slightly, but the door's not closed. It's just far enough away, and with the din of things going on in the warehouse, you just managed to pick up Red's voice, Reginald's voice. Give me a proper perception check to see if you can make out what he's saying.
Alrighty. Uh, 25.
Oh, yeah. You hear him. Every time you've met Reg, he's been rather gregarious, jovial. You hear his voice now, and it sounds a little bit sad. But comforting. and you hear him saying to someone else, "Good to have you back, old friend. We'll get you set to right as soon as I can. But if you'll excuse me, I have guests and plans to see unfold. Rest now." And then with that, he strides out of the room that you were hearing him from. Close on his heels behind him is a black dragonborn who towers over Reg. Reg is a mostly bald, like the classic sort of Captain Picard haircut. Middle-aged, got a little bit of a paunch. He is dressed in a doublet, very slash and poof sort of number. His clothes they're fancy enough looking that you can tell he paid a pretty penny for them to be well made. But they are also sturdy and very functional looking. He's got a rapier at his side and a small hand crossbow at his back. The black dragonborn who is looming over him is almost 8 feet tall. He has wings, is wearing full plate armor, and has a great sword slung across his back, and has an expression that looks like he disapproves of everything going on around him at all times. And Reg walks in, and only because you heard what he was saying in the other room do you notice the absolute change in his demeanor, Scout. As soon as he enters the room, he is the same old Reg, the bright, effervescent, jovial person that you always see him as. Greetings! I'm glad you all decided to join me. We are in for a real treat. We're going to be so very rich, all of us.
And thank you for inviting us and making us a part of this crew. I am very excited to thank you again. I did not get to thank you for the dinner the other night, as I so abruptly left, and I'm very, very sorry about this. But I'm very excited.
You know, eating well is one of the very, very few pleasures in life that everyone can participate in. Well, most everyone. Sometimes you have to steal the good food, but better to just make friends with the chef, in my opinion.
Very true. Very true.
I trust all of your travels here were easy? No issues?
No, not at all for me. I cannot speak for the rest of us, but it was a little jarring to be traveling by tree. I've never done that before, but it was an experience.
Luli is singularly gifted, and you should have seen her when I found her. Scraggly thing. No meat on her bones whatsoever. Just bedraggled like a wet cat. I found her in Castilia. Very, very, very poor dear. We saw her into good health, and she has been a loyal member of my team for a very long time now. We're so pleased that you've been able to make her acquaintance. For any of you who haven't met him, this is Suma. Don't mind him. He looks like that all the time. And he gestures to the black dragonborn. Now, down to business. I'm afraid what I'm going to ask of all of you is very, very dangerous, but so very worth the payoff if we can pull this off. You see, there's a what is the correct term? There's an orcish mystic. He's quite powerful, and he runs one of the leading crime families on his island. And by his island, I mean where he's from. That'll all be clear in a moment. Anyway, I digress. He is a person with political ambitions, and he is trying to curry the favor of the Firmament Empire as we speak. And in doing so, they have negotiated a bit of a deal, a little bribery, a little greasing of palms. He is coming here to New Lorien in a couple of days. He has a citadel. It's basically a floating fortress, and not in the air, but on the water, and it can travel. It should be arriving in the harbor tomorrow night or the day after in the morning. Either way, he has offered some of his, quite frankly, exquisite and rarely seen outside of his corner of the world, priceless art pieces to be displayed for the people of the Firmament, for the people in particular of New Lorien. In exchange for this, the Firmament have offered him not only status as a sovereign island while he is here, but are gifting him with a very generous piece for his collection. Now, it is also rumored, and I have, through my sources, confirmed the rumor to be true, that the Unity are going to be making an appearance at the gala he's throwing, where the gift from the Firmament will be delivered to him.
Hold on a second, Loch. Something went wrong.
Uh-oh.
Wrong.
Tech gremlins.
Okay, everything should be back.
All right. We'll rewind and back up a little bit in case people miss some things. So there's an orcish mystic, very powerful, head of a crime family in his little corner of the world, practically rules his island, who has a floating citadel that can travel. It floats on the water, not the air, just so we're clear. He is bringing that floating citadel into the harbor of New Lorien, and as part of a deal, he has arranged a little greasing of palms, a little bribery. The Firmament Empire is going to offer him, well, sovereignty. His land will be considered an embassy of his country while he is here. And in exchange for this, as well as a very, very rare gift that is worth quite a lot they're going to give him, he is going to allow some of his precious art collection, things not seen outside of his corner of the world, possibly ever, to be put on display for the people of New Lorien. Now, my sources have told me that in addition, because he is statused as an ambassador and his floating citadel is an embassy, he has also invited diplomatic representatives from the Unity to come to the gala he is throwing in 2 nights. And they are bringing a very, very expensive and rare gift to gift him as well, to try and bribe him into, once he is done here, coming over to their largest city and displaying his art collection there as well, just to not be outdone by the Firmament. So, what I want you to do, break into the gala, slip into the tower, and I want you to steal 3 things for me. I want the gift that's being given by the Firmament. I want the gift that's being given by the Unity. And there's a particular painting that if it's there, and a rumor says it is, that I would like you to get that as well. The painting, excuse me, the painting is of one Griswella Silvertongue. She was a glorious bard from 30 years ago or so when she was in her prime. Halfling, magnificent. And let me tell you, from personal experience, they named her Silvertongue for a reason, and she lived up to every bit of that. My God, that woman. The stories I could tell you. But regardless, apparently she posed for a nude at some point and is hanging in his gallery, and I'm sentimental at heart, and I would really love to have that in my collection as a fond remembrance. So, I would like you to break into the Gala, slip past all of their security, get into the vault tower, make it to the top of the vault tower, and then procure those items. Now, I warn you, there are defenses. My information says that everything that is in the vault is tagged with magic and can be located within a day of it going missing. So anything that you take beyond what I'm asking for is yours to keep, and we'll work out shares. I'm sure we can make it fair for everyone. And I have a way to break the magic tagging, so it will all be wonderfully safe. You just have to entrust that when you deliver, you let me inspect anything that you took so that we can make sure it is safe for you to leave with. In addition, if there's any other pieces of art that you manage to get, I assure you are so strenuously valuable and will be so scrutinized that you probably wouldn't have a chance in hell of actually selling them. But I would be willing to take that on and sell them for a finder's fee. We'll work out a split or something. But anything else that's there that you can manage to get, it's yours. Do you have any questions so far?
Do you have a floor plan? Do you have a guest list? Do you have... I'm sorry to overload you with questions, but you see you have asked for, it seems, 2 bruisers, a healer, and only one person with sticky enough fingers to be able to do this. So it seems that a lot of the planning is going to be on my shoulders. No offense to all of you, personally, around this table. You seem very equipped to doing what needs to be done. I just do not see any, how do you say, your resume seems a little light in the experience of thieving things.
Well, to answer your questions, yes, I have floor plans, or I have approximations of floor plans. They might not be exact, and definitely not as exacting as I would like them to be, but they are quite good. We have a bit of an inside man who has gotten us some information. I can trust it. I would trust it with my life, and I'm trusting it with yours. I figure we'll go over the plan step by step. And then we have a couple of days when I can procure any items that you might need. I've already procured a few things that I know that you will need to get in, which I will be passing out shortly. You all get presents. Isn't that wonderful? Now, so you will have to make your entrance via the water. I can't get us tickets. I am wanted pretty much everywhere, and walking through the front door is definitely not an option for me. And I definitely couldn't, even if I could get in, I couldn't get all of you in. However, there is a secret entrance, I'm told, a place he uses for smuggling and some such. And that entrance is accessible from underwater. So you will swim in, make entrance. I'm told there's a long hallway with some statuary along it, and that there will be 2 guards stationed there. Beside one of them is a locked box containing the key to the door, and I'm told the door can be opened by no other means than the magical key that is inside the box. So that is very important. That is the first thing you will need to do, Enmis. The rest of you, well, are 2, as you call them, bruisers, Chaucer and Lila. You're going to you're going to have to deal with the guards. Now, next to one guard, as I said, is the box. Next to the other guard, there is a rope. If the guard is allowed to pull the rope, then he will summon more guards. And that will be a great problem, which is why you have bruisers with you and a healer, just in case you should run afoul of the guards. Now, after you manage to get the key and get the door open, you will move upstairs. Once you are upstairs, you will have to cross through the Gala proper. To do this, I will provide you a means to look like you blend. It's not foolproof, but it's as close as I can manage, and so you'll have to make do. Within the party, within the Gala, there is a captain of the guard. Captain of the guard has around his neck a magical amulet. The amulet allows access to the vault tower. Only the orc mystic and the captain of the guard have access to the vault tower. So you will need to either find a way to open a magically locked door, or you will need to get that necklace. Now, my artificer assures me he can rig something up that might let you bypass the door's security, but that's a 60-40 chance at best that it will actually work. Stationed outside the door to the vault tower, there are 2 guards that you will have to get past. You'll have to do so either by creating a distraction to move them off their post, or through some other subtle means. I assume you are all capable of subtle. Because if the partygoers notice something amiss, guards will be summoned, and once you are in the tower, you will make your way upstairs. There's the library. Inside the library, there is a hidden door that will open to take you to the actual vault itself. You will need to find the hidden door, get to the vault, and then that is particularly where your set of skills will come in, and you must get the vault open. If you have the necklace, it will deactivate the first layer of protection on the vault, and then you should be able to open it via mundane means. And like I said, my artificer can make something that he thinks will work, but 60-40 chance at best. Once you are in the vault, you will be trapped there unless, and I say trapped there is no going back out the front door or getting back to the way you came, because certainly if they didn't notice you going in, people will notice you coming out. And so I'm told by very reliable sources that one of the artifacts that he has in his vault is a great ancient stone archway with carvings on it. I have managed to procure at great personal expense the rubbings of the carvings, And from what I've been able to piece together, it is actually a portal that was used by an ancient civilization. And I believe if we power it correctly, it will activate and you can step through it and come out safely back with me. In order to do that, my artificer has rigged up some devices. While you're in the library, before you approach the vault, you must get to the top of the library, which is about 30 feet off the ground. You must place 4 devices, one in each of the cardinal points of the room, and then activate them. And then by the time you've gotten the vault door open and have procured the items you wish to procure, including the ones for me, the items should be powered up, and you should be able to speak the magical phrase to activate the portal in the archway and step through to safety. Once the spell has been activated, and you'll have 6 seconds to step through. After that, the devices will overload, and the portal will close forever. So don't still be there when that happens. Questions?
What exactly are the gifts that we're stealing from both sides of the conflict exactly?
I have very little on what they actually do, but I'm told that one of them, the gift from the Firmament, is some sort of key. It appears to be made of mithril, and is highly magical. And the gift from the Unity is a set of goggles. They are mithril in make, and the lenses, I'm told, are pure diamond. Also highly magical. So you will procure those 2 items for me. For doing that, and that alone, you'll get to keep any supplies that I give to you before you leave, plus anything else you find in the vault, and I will pay you each 4,000 gold pieces for those 2 items. In addition, if the painting of Griswella is there as well, and you manage to procure that for me, I'll throw in an extra 1,000 for each of you.
The total number we're looking at is 5k overall.
5k in raw gold, in addition to whatever else you can carry out after I have wiped away its magical locating spell.
Perfect. There's no magical spell on the gifts that you know of that would have the similar effect of if we take them, they'll know where we are?
I wouldn't think that he would have time to implement that piece of security, as the gifts will be presented to him at the start of the gala. And then they will be taken to the vault straight away. I imagine getting his mages or himself to go and perform the rites necessary to protect them as he has protected everything else in his vault. He'll have a little much on his plate to deal with.
Fair. It is fair. Is it my only thing is, are you sure that it's not easier for me to walk in the front door? You have heard these tales of me being able to get into places that is not normally being able to get into. Perhaps there's a way, even a possible forgery of a single invitation. Do you know if there's possibly magical dispelments or anything at the front doors that would make such a thing impossible if we were to disguise ourselves?
There are mages working at the front doors who will be checking everyone and dispelling charms as a precaution. The envelopes and invitations are all magically tagged, and even a forgery would not match perfectly. And if I'm afraid you were caught trying to sneak in with a forgery, they would just remove your head from your body right there and dump you into the harbor. which is
Also
something
very
I would
fair.
not want on my conscience.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
I mean, if I were going to kill you, I'd do it to your face. I wouldn't just send you to your death.
How wonderfully respectful. So there are 2 guards in a long hallway. Then we go into the Gala where there are a number of guards. And then we have to go to the tower. You said there are 2 more guards to that tower. But we must find the captain before we go into the tower? Yes?
If you wish to try and procure the amulet from the captain, yes, you would need to find him in the Gala, which would mean mingling a bit, I'm afraid. And then once you have the amulet, you will need a distraction in order to get the guards away from their posts so that you can utilize the amulet to get through the door into the tower.
That's fair. That's fair. And then the library with it, and the vault, which is my expertise, and then... You said in the beginning the water entrance is my expertise. Do you mean just opening the door to go into the proper Gala, or do you mean there are some things there for me to do more specifically before?
There's a lockbox, I'm told, that has a magical key in it, and that is the only way to open that door. The door from the secret underwater entrance. You getting the lockbox open will be your responsibility. Dealing with the guards, well, I think that's mostly on our 2 friends here. And Scout, of course, you will be helping in any other way you can, but primarily keeping them alive.
Yes, sir, Mr. Reg.
That's a good
I've
lad.
got another question.
All right.
If we're going through the water, how are our disguises going to not be soaking wet before we mingle?
Glad you asked. He goes over and he opens a box that was sitting off to the side and brings it up onto the table, moving some papers out of the way. And he pulls out 4 bags. They are vaguely basketball-sized, I'd say, bags. Like they're a large woman's purse, if you will. And he sets one in front of each of you. Here are the supplies I've already procured for you. You will find in there a pair of slippers. These are spider climb, because you will need to get to the ceiling of the library and place the devices. You will also find a necklace. Now, the necklace has 2 functions. One of them is basic prestidigitation. It will help dry you off and make you not leave a dripping mess behind you wherever you go. The second function is the spell Disguise Self. It will allow you to, but it's limited. It can't really hide your features much. It can make small changes, but nothing major. You can't change your gestures to Scout. You will still be the same size. You could change your skin color maybe and your hair, but not much else. But it will disguise your clothing flawlessly, and allow you to appear to be in full formal wear no matter what you're wearing under it. So you can wear your armor and your weapons, and as you don't have to go through the checkpoint at the front, any magical objects that you are bringing with you will not be dispelled or taken from you. So you will appear as every other guest in full, very expensive formal wear, and will appear dry. And also there is a bottle of air. Each of those bottles will allow you to breathe underwater for your trip into, because it's quite a swim, I'm afraid, your trip into the subterranean entrance. Also, and then he pulls out out of the box another bag, a leather satchel, and he looks and hands it to Chaucer. like you to safeguard that. That is a bag of holding. It will help you bring out anything that you would find trouble carrying. Also, inside it are the 4 arcane devices that my artificer has made for us. Rudy is a dear fellow. He's very talented and very peculiar about his wares. You will need to safeguard those and make sure that they get to the library safely so that they can be placed at the cardinal points and activated.
Chaucer will take the bag and affix it to his belt.
Any other questions?
Are the disguises preset?
Not exactly. You can... He picks up one of the necklaces and puts it on, and touches it to activate it, and you see him concentrate for a minute, and then his outfit changes into the medieval gala equivalent of a tuxedo, and then he continues to concentrate, and you watch the tuxedo change from your normal black tuxedo to a deep crimson, and then to a vibrant plum color. And he's like, "Ooh, isn't that fun? Look at that! I'm so festive." And he takes it off and puts it back down. It's sort of what you imagine formal wear to be. There will be quite a variety of diverse peoples at this gala, from the Orcish Islands to the deepest reaches of the subcontinent, to the desert lands, and then from all across the width and breadth of our own continent. So, as I say, your imagination will help provide the parameters, but it will be formal wear.
Will we still have
Perfect.
full range of movement?
Oh, absolutely. What you're wearing is what you're wearing. It's merely an illusion, but once you're past the external safeguards to get in, your magic won't be affected. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
All right, very well. If you'll excuse me, I have so many things to take care of. Here is, and he rolls out parchment and sort of picks up a couple of things on the desk and sets it on it to keep it from rolling back on itself. These are the vague sketches that I have of the floor plans and layouts, so you can familiarize yourselves with them. Feel free to make your plans. It's important that you decide how you want to distract the guards, and you need to decide whether you want to try Rudy's forgery of the captain's amulet, or whether you just want to try and steal the real thing. And then anything else you need, you have a couple of days. I will see what I can provide as best I can. If you need anything, he gestures over to the tabaxi who brought you here. Luli is available, and she knows how to get in touch with me. I'm afraid that I really must run. There's this great little place down the road. They make these bread treats. They're circular, and they put smoked fish on them. Just absolutely lovely. I am going to go try one. I've been dying for it for years. So feel free, plan away, and if you need anything, contact Luli. And I'll be back before you depart for the job. And he picks up his hat, which is a sort of flamboyant musketeer number. It's folded up on one side, has a big plume of feather. Nods it to you, and then puts it on his head and spins on his heel and begins to walk away. And Suma, the black dragonborn bodyguard falls in line behind him, walking like his shadow.
You didn't take off the necklace.
Oh, he did actually. He took it off and put it back down.
Okay.
I was thinking the same thing.
Scout's been slipping candies from his little pouch and nibbling them while this is happening.
Well, this seems like a great lot of fuck you.
Sorry, I do not understand.
It just seems like it's going to be damn near impossible to pull this off.
Oh, my friend, my new friend Chaucer, there's so much more to this little owl than meets the eye. And she'll like kind of stretch. And maybe for a moment, like her feathers will turn from the white with brown spots to there will be a singular like black spot on her big white barn owl face, similar to like a beauty mark. She does disguise self, DM, because she can do that with her disguise self at will stuff, just letting you know. There is more than meets the eye here. So, we are going to approach Water, a long hallway with 2 guards. I'm assuming the 2 of you have got the guards under control.
Well, the main thing is going to be making sure they don't pull that damn rope.
See, yes, Whis. Let's see here. What are either of you particularly fast? You can get there beforehand, or should I employ some creative, how do you say, measures?
Hey, Mr. DM.
Yes.
You said it's a hallway. How wide is the hallway, and are there other corridors off of it?
The hallway is... 2 seconds. Let me pull up my map. An original, please. The hallway is 25 feet across. It is... It looks about, from what you can tell on the crudely drawn map, it seems to indicate it is about 70 feet from the pool where you will emerge to the doorway where the guards will be.
And that's in the hallway itself, right?
Yes, and there are no divergent paths. And about halfway between you and the guards, there seems to be about 8 statues lining the walls, starting about halfway between you and the guards. The statues appear to be facing each other, instead of facing out from the walls like this, they are facing each other along the walls. There's sets of 2 and 2 on each side.
Is it a straight line of sight between where the guards are and where we'll be coming out of the pool then?
Yes.
So we need to deal with the guards, and then... Alright, so looking at the map, Scout's going to point out, well, it looks like the guards are going to have a line of sight on where we are. So we need to deal with them and then dry off and change.
An excellent observation, Scout. Excellent observation. I believe there is a possibility that I could... Oh, no, that is not as fast. Let me think here. There's also a possibility I could probably get these scouts to at least, for the time being, allow us to at least walk up to them. And then should things go a little, how do you say, crazy, then we can perhaps Bruiser and Chaucer would be willing to, how do you say it, knock them out.
Oh. Isn't you a shape changer, Scout?
Well, I am sort of. I can change into animal shapes.
That'd be a hell of a distraction.
That is a very good point.
Yeah, but I thought they were supposed to distract the guards and the other one. If I could get them to come away from the wall, or if one of us can get them to come down the hall away from the wall where they're at, that'd be great. But that other one might pull the rope first if we try that.
As much as I dislike suggesting this disgusting creature, are you able to turn into a... And you'll see her feathers will kind of ruffle. Are you able to turn into a spider?
Oh yeah, spiders are fun to be. I can crawl over the ceiling.
Regardless of what you can do with your disgusting 8 legs as a spider, I do not care. But the ability to possibly sneak down the hallway and get to the guard that is in front of the rope, and then you are able to take him out, or at least distract him enough that the three of us could charge up on them quietly, discreetly, of course.
I am kind of a big guy. I guess I could drop from the ceiling and knock him down, or try to land on him to knock him down anyway. I
That
don't
is a good
usually,
point.
I don't usually get, handsy like that, but I could try.
It's quite easy. All you must do is just fall from the ceiling on top of him. It is as if you have not punched him at all. Imagine you are a ton of bricks and he is an unfortunate factory worker on the floor.
Well, that sounds kind of harsh.
Bricks are very harsh.
But wouldn't it hurt him?
Well, we're going to kill them, so...
Oh.
We are going to murder them? If we must, it is in my line of work. It is much easier. It's much better to do the encounters route. Gives you enough time to bind them and then go about your business.
And then they get discovered. They know what we look like. They tell their friends what we look like. We get discovered. Dead man tell no tales.
They didn't even need the bands, they could pull a rope.
I hate to say it, but they are kind of right. They would know what we look like, and when they wake up, they could call other guards.
That is fair. Okay, so guards, door, cute guards, dry off, go into Gala. At that point, what do we want to do from there? What kind of distraction are we thinking? Do we cause a scene? Do we try to fast talk the captain?
Well,
I
let's
have
see.
a question for Scout. If I can get my accent under control.
Okay.
Can you turn into an ocelot?
An ocelot? Oh, that's a good question. Let me go look and see if ocelot is on my sheet. On the list. I don't think it is.
Shush, I've been binging a lot of Archer.
It's fine. It's literally the first thing that came into my head.
So we'll ask the DM, would I be able to turn into an ocelot?
Let's high or low?
Let's go high.
Well, of the dice.
That's a 12. So yes, that's higher than 10. Yes, you can turn into a feline, relatively ocelot-like, as long as its name is Babu.
Yeah, I could do that.
What are you thinking, my Bruce friend?
Well, I mean, if you saw a crepuscular animal just roaming around the halls, wouldn't you be distracted by that?
But what if we were to make a persona with this? If you are the ocelot and there was someone with you that was like the owner of the ocelot, so that you could pull the crowd, and possibly because you are wild animals, the guards would be a little bit more keen on watching you being in this gala.
Okay, so we're supposed to... correct me if I'm wrong. We're supposed to get across the gala floor, get into the other corridor, and then cause a distraction to lead those guards away, correct?
Or you get near enough to the door that, you can see the guards cause some sort of distraction.
Would we still be inside the gala when we have to cause the distraction? I have keen mind.
Yes, you will be in the gala proper. So the layout of the floor plan is the door you will come out is sort of, think near the kitchens.
Okay.
And you will come out into the gala. There will be, you assume, party people mingling and drinking and doing things. And then sort of out through the main area and around a corner is the entrance to the tower, which is one of the tallest structures on the floating citadel, that there will be 2 guards stationed at. Somewhere wandering around the gala will be the captain of the guard. There's actually, looking through the paperwork, you find a sketch of him. He is half orc, and is wearing the same uniform as what you assume all the other guards will be wearing, but his has more embellishments, extra, ropey bits and foofara on it to denote that he is of a higher station. He's got one, like big pauldron or something. And actually, looking through the papers that were provided there, you actually see that there is a sketch. There's notes on it that are in a hand that is it's almost very smallly written. You imagine that perhaps the gnomish artificer Rudy that Reg referred to is the one who wrote this. It is a sketch of what he believes the mechanism that the rope is attached to probably looks like and how it works. And there's a note just like pointing near the ceiling towards where the rope is that says, if you cut here, they can't pull it. ?
Okay, so we're going to come out through a door near the kitchens, cross the gala, and then there's like an alcove, or like around a corner is where the door that we're trying to get to is. Okay.
Yes.
Chancellor will look to Lila. Do you dance?
Well, I mean, not really.
What about you, Inimus?
Oh, yes, I am accustomed to all sorts of dances. I have studied many of them in the cultures that I have looked at through the different museum work that I have done.
So, if we're wanting to start a distraction... Wow, my accent is all over the fucking place. Alright, I'm giving up on doing the voices. I'm done. I can only do it when I'm DMing, apparently. If we're wanting to start a distraction, maybe you dance with him. I'm the jealous lover. I'll come up and grab him, try to yank the amulet off as I'm grabbing him. Or grab him and then you slip the amulet off.
You're the captain of the guard? That is a perfectly good choice.
Lila is going to look at the papers on the captain of the guard. Doesn't mention him being married.
Call high-low.
Low?
That's a nat 1. All right, so that's as low as it gets. So yeah, that it mentions that so the limited background they have on him. You don't know much. His first name is Grumsh, and he is. Which is not a traditional Orcish name in the Orcish culture. Someone has hastily written a note. Must have been named by his human mother. Poor dear. And then it notes that he has that he's been divorced twice, and lists his ex-wives' names.
So the papers make it seem safe to assume that he is not currently married.
Yes, that is your assumption.
Wouldn't getting up close to him like that and making a big scene kind of put his attention on the two of you, though?
Hey.
I mean, if you're gonna amulet for him, don't you want to do it kind of sneaky? If you two are making a scene, he might try to kick you out or ask you where your invitations are.
That is a good point.
I
have an idea.
I think
Go
the
ahead, go ahead.
safest,
No, please.
strategy to go with here would be to run a honeypot.
What's a honeypot?
The
You get him alone.
excuse me, Bruce.
Loose him, get him alone.
Yeah.
Beat him up. Take the amulet. There.
But you pull him in with something enticing, something of the sort. That is a good idea as well. But as I'm thinking about this, there's a possibility I may be able to, if I'm able to get close enough to him and a slightly intimate moment, I might be able to just use my how do you say this, charms of sorts. It seems here that both of his ex-wives are named as Tammy. We'll unpack that later, I suppose. But it is, this seems like a very human name. It might be more beneficial for you, my Bruiser friend, to be the one that is the honeypot to lead him around the corner.
Well, then I can speak Orcish.
That is a very good point. And a very insightful thing. So, what if we were to say a bit of a honeypot plus, how do you say, a herding of cats, if you would. I have this ability to take a piece of mundane jewelry, costume jewelry, and throw it across the room, and the people will be very interested and excited about it, making a big commotion, trying to fight over the jewels. That will be a big enough distraction, possibly to get a bunch of guards to come over, and enough to pull the two guards away, and we have the amulet after the honeypot. Then we scoot up to the tower.
At this point, the female half-orc that you had seen earlier, that appeared to sort of be in charge of the goings-on in the warehouse, comes over with a rolled-up piece of parchment, and is like, "This is from Reg," and just sets it down, and turns and walks away.
Well, thank you,
Lila will say thank you.
and Mr. will open it.
Inside, you find a note hastily scribbled by Reg that says, I have managed to procure what I believe to be the full guest list for the party. Hope this helps. Looking at the guest list, most of the names mean nothing to you. There are a few high-ranking political figures amongst the Firmament whose names sort of stand out. Enmus, you recognize the name of the curator of the Firmament New Lorien Museum of Art on the list. You have personal knowledge that this man is a prick, with a very large stick up his ass. And there are two names, though, that jump out to literally all of you. And those names are... I should have had this ready. The first one is Merrick Ka'a. You all know Merrick as... think Captain America. He is the Patriot war hero of the Firmament Empire. He is an Aarakocra. He is a bald eagle Aarakocra. He is the propaganda boy. They wheel him out like he is a legit hero. He is a badass in his own right. He's the sort of fighter whose reputation would make any of you second guess going up against him in single combat. Because he has won battles in small skirmishes with groups from the Eastern blocks when uprisings have happened. But he's the guy they put on all the posters and write songs about and shit. You all know who Marek Ka'a is. The other name on the list is his exact opposite, Sergei Gorbinsky, who you all know more colloquially by the name the Great Red Bear. He is the Unity's poster child. He is a fearsome warrior who is as feared as he is respected. And the fact that the two of them are going to be at this gala together. You have never heard of those two being in the same place before. And that makes anything that happens on the gala floor much more fraught because everyone knows those two hate each other.
Before, will that gala, will that museum person, that curator, will they know Edmis? If I have that, they won't know them personally.
Yeah, you're not. I don't think you're high enough on the radar for the curator of the New Lorien Museum to have deigned to note who you are.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to double check that, even though I know him. But.
When you know him because when you were working at your museum, he came on a visit trying to procure an exchange of items between his museum and your museum. And while you were, cleaning up or restoring some piece or whatever, you overheard him dealing with your curator, and the guy was an absolute dick. But you weren't a face that he would have paid attention to at that point. You've been in a room with him once.
Hell yeah.
Or a couple of times over that week, whatever, as they were trying to negotiate. Yeah. You know this guy, and you heard your boss bitching about him. You know he's a dick.
Cool.
Hey, Loch.
Sorry, Lala, you said something. I apologize.
I think a distraction just came in this little parcel.
So, what they're thinking, instead of a group of people, I make the two possibly most famous war heroes and propaganda machines fight each other over what? A coin?
No, nothing is simple as that. All you have to really do is go up and go, hey, I was over there, I heard him say this thing, you should go kick his ass. Just pit them against each other and wait until they start throwing blows.
Ego's a hell of a thing.
That is fair. Less magic to use involved too. So, the distraction is to make these boys fight it out, and then when do we get this amulet? Before or after this fight? Or during the fight? What do you think? Do you think the captain would jump in, or do you think they would delegation first?
I think trying to get the amulet without luring him away in a honeypot suicide, trying to take it off of him in the middle of a thing. I think the honeypot I'd do. Sorry, Wren, go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I'm done.
I think Chaucer's right. I think if we don't have it first, we're not going to be able to use the distraction to our advantage. And when we need to be sneaky, I can help with that, actually. It's one of the things I do. I can make all of you sneakier and quieter.
This is good. So now we have gotten. So now we have put these titans against each other. We have gotten the amulet, and now we are through the door. Now we must make our way to the top of the tower to the library. Was it?
Yes.
2 guards before the library, or no guards? I cannot remember.
There's 2 guards.
It was there was no guards inside the vault tower. There was no one allowed in the vault tower except the head of the orc mystic who owns the tower, and his head of guards are the only ones that have access to that tower. No one else is allowed inside.
So once we're in the tower, there's no more guards to deal with. But we've got to follow the instructions we were given about placing the devices and stuff.
Yes, I figure that could be coinciding at the same time as I am looking at the vault. That the couple of you could be doing the sealing thing, doing the securing of the devices, and then with the amulet, and then hopefully this 60-40 chance of making my job a lot easier than than having to do the sticky fingers of twiddling with some knobs and things. Hopefully I'll be able to very easily crack into this vault, and then we will acquire hopefully what is wrapped in a big red bow and a big blue bow, the 2 gifts from these nations, and hopefully the painting is there. Chaucer, why don't you stick with me for that position, as you have the bag of holding.
Sounds good.
I do not know about all of you, but I am very keenly only interested in stealing these things that I have been told to do. I have no interest in stealing from what could be a sovereign tower nation, so should any of you wish to see anything, just let me know. I will lift it for you, but if myself, I have no need.
I hate to ask, can we take a break? I'm floating.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually a great spot. Are you all satisfied with your plan?
Yeah.
All right, then we will move on to the actual job when we come back. Be right back, guys.
All right. Be back.
Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us while we went on our break. Prior to our break, our intrepid party, our heist crew, were hired for a job by one Reginald of Redfens, a known crime figure and possible agent or double agent, if you believe the rumors, for either the Sovereign Unity or the Firmament Empire, or both. He laid out for you a job. He wants you to procure 2 items that are being gifted to an orcish mystic in his floating citadel, which is moving into the harbor of the largest city in the Firmament Empire, New Lorien. You were given all of the reconnaissance that Reginald could provide for you, including defenses that he knows about, the layouts inside the citadel, and other precautions that he's aware of. You devised a plan for how to deal with these things, and now, unless there is any items that you have thought of that you think you need for this job that Reg can provide for you, we will move on to implementing your plans.
Before they leave, Scout is going to take the time to carefully study the map, the descriptions they were given, and that set of symbols they were given that they have to use to make that portal active, because he has keen mind.
Okay. In addition to the set of symbols on the portal, the translation of the symbols is provided for you, and that includes the phrase for activating the portal. The phrase they believe will activate the portal. So you have all of that information. The phrase is in a language that you... actually, what languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Draconic, Druidic, Elvish, and Giant.
Okay. Let's see. Let me just look at all of your... I know about yours. Why is D&D Beyond not loading the page? And Chaucer, your page isn't loading for me on that screen. What are your languages?
Common and Infernal.
Okay. So none of you speaks the language that is there, but there is a phonetic pronunciation guide provided for how to say the phrase correctly. For lack of me having actually prepared what the phrase is, I will nerdily say that it is Klaatu Verata Nikto. And you must say all of the syllables correctly in the correct order. All right, so no other equipment needed. The night of the gala arrives. You have been diligently making plans. Reginald shows back up in person one last time, in his usual jovial manner, in his sturdy but fine-looking clothing, with his dragonborn bodyguard looming behind him as a shadow. He greets you all warmly. My friends, such an exciting night. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I look forward to seeing how well you do, and I wish you all the best of luck. Now, I have arranged egress into the water in a nice secluded spot. It will be a bit of a swim, I'm afraid. But if you head straight from here, you will arrive directly under the citadel, and the entrance pool will be clearly visible. Don't forget your bottles of air. Make sure you've got your slippers and your necklaces, as well as. And he looks at Chaucer. You have the bag with the devices. Yes. Excellent. Well, and particularly looking at you, Chaucer, as he says this, I trust that you will perform as you have in the past for me, with a little wink. Best of luck. I'll see you when you get back. I'll be waiting by the tree.
Dear DM,
Yes.
may I make an insight check on that interaction?
Sure. What exactly are you?
I don't like how he said how you usually help me. Wink. That is, what could that mean?
All right. That's cocked. Bad die. That's much better. What do you got on your insight?
24.
24. Okay. You feel like there's he got a 23, so you just beat him. You feel like there's nothing nefarious in the statement by his demeanor or his intonation. Almost like it was an inside joke between him and Chaucer, because you get the distinct sense that they have done jobs together before, that Chaucer has worked for him directly before, where you and some of the others have not directly done any jobs for Reginald before.
Okay. She's basically just trying to check to see whether or not she needs to be watching her back. And the off chance that we get this done and Chaucer is going to slowly but surely kill each person that after their job is done. So she feels uneasy for a second, but then realizes, okay, it's probably just an inside joke. So, yep.
All right. So you are led to led through a series of warehouses. Most of them are dark and just full of boxes covered in tarps. After about the fourth one, you emerge into a secluded area of the docks, looking out across the choppy water of the harbor. You can see the very well-lit floating citadel. You would all know that Orcish culture, the islands that they are from, are what we would consider very Asian influenced. They're very when you think of the Orc Mystic, when he said that the Orc Mystic is the head of one of the crime families, the prominent crime family on his island. You know that the islands that the Orcs come from some of them are very large, some of them are much smaller, some of them are chains of islands that are all sort of linked together, but they are all very Asian. You would think of his crime family much like the Triads, for example. That sort of ruthless, ruling from the shadows, not actually taking real political power, but are the real political power on their island. And like I said, from looking at the sketches of the architecture of the Citadel, you would note that while the tower is round, the roof of the tower has a very pagoda-like feel to the architecture of the roof. Most of the roofs on most of the buildings within the walls of the floating citadel are similar in design. There are lots of standing arches that are very pagoda-like. The two pillars with a sort of an inverse double arch on top with filigree and whatnot. Yeah, it looks to be about a mile out
Guess we
from where
swim.
you are now. All right, so you're all getting in the water, using your bottles of air, I assume.
Yes.
All right. Can I get? I'll give you. You can either use athletics or acrobatics, your choice. Just give me a roll to see if you manage to endure the swim in the cold water without wildly getting off target. Here.
29.
So if we're basing it on like direction we're going and stuff, would I be able to use survival instead for finding my way? Or are you basing this on physical ability only?
Well, this is mostly like there's a current to contend with.
Gotcha.
The water is cold and it is dark, so it is mostly physical ability. If you fail by too much, and it's not a hard DC because you can breathe underwater and aren't really stressed. If you fail by too much, I will give you a survival check to reorient yourself and get back on track.
Okay. And are we heading, like, approximately where are we heading in relation to north?
You're heading northeasterly.
Okay. I have keen mind, so I always know where north is. I was like,
Right.
He would orient himself first. Right. 19.
23.
Alice?
20.
All right, you all pass with flying colors. You are able to manage the swim without much effort. It's a little tiring, but not to the level of exhaustion. It's only a mile, and you have no trouble breathing or keeping your wind because you have bottles of air. And so you have made it beneath the citadel. Give me a perception check to spot the pool that is the entrance.
Good DM. May I have advantage with this, as I have the wonderful devil sight, being able to see normally in dark vision,
Yes,
magical and non-magical. Thank you.
Tier.
3.
From beneath, it all looks like rock to you. You can't tell the difference between where the pool is and what is solid stone, because you're in the dark.
A 12.
Alice?
17.
Scout?
18.
Scout and Lila, you are able to suss out without much difficulty. You see a spot that looks almost like a reverse bubble in the water, a place where the rock disappears and there is just more water there that you realize must be the underwater entrance into the citadel.
Scout'll carefully tap Chaucer on the shoulder. Actually, given Scout's consistent relationship with Reg, and Chaucer's worked for him before, is it likely that Scout's met Chaucer before?
Let's let the dice decide. High or low?
Random. High.
Shocked. You haven't worked with Chaucer before, but you have come to visit Red. Red has asked you in to take a look at something for him or to do something for him, and Chaucer has been there in the building. You've only seen him briefly, and got the impression when you saw him that he was being paid for something he had done, and then left before you and Red got down to your business.
So not someone he'd be comfortable enough to be like yanking on his clothing or anything. So
Right.
He'll like very carefully tap Chaucer on the shoulder and then like kind of pull back, like he's not sure how Chaucer's going to react.
Chaucer will look.
And he'll point up at the pool where they're heading.
Chaucer will shrug and will follow Scout.
I assume all of you are following that way. All right, you come up to the pool. If you will all join me in Owlbear. As you approach the surface of the pool, let me see if I can. How do I?
So click on the eye and then click on the eraser.
There we go. That should do it. Or that too. All right, perfect. This is what you see. You are at the south edge down here. The pool is just off the page. It is a vaguely round sort of body of water. You notice immediately, you haven't fully surfaced, but the sort of surface tension of the water allows you to just sort of see a bit of the room. You really can't see much past this point right now. It appears to be a naturally wrought cavern, and you can see a couple of stalagmites and stalactites dotting the floor in the room from moisture collecting and dripping over time. You can't, from your vantage point, see the guards yet, but let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and place them in. We'll choose. We'll choose. I feel like daggers are safe. Oh, they are so tiny. Bigger. And all right. Oh, why is that not big enough? Bigger. Okay. There we go. There are 2 guards near the door. But you can't see them yet. How do you want to approach this? Are you getting out of the pool? Or what are you doing?
Scout is going to look at the others under the water and hold up his finger like he's indicating that give me a moment. He's going to use his hidden step to become invisible.
Okay.
And staying along the wall, he's very carefully going to come up out of the pool, moving up so that he's all the way out of the water. And then as the party discussed, he'll become a spider. Taking the action should take away his hidden step, making him visible again. He'll become a spider, moving up the wall and starting down the ceiling.
All right. Make a stealth check for me.
Okay. Even as a spider, or as for the coming out of the pool?
Make one for each. Make it an advantage for coming out of the pool because you are invisible.
Okay.
And then give me one once you become a spider.
Okay. All right. For stealth, so that'll be 16 for coming out of the pool invisible.
Okay.
So then, I mean, spider's just a spider, right?
Yep.
That's 19 plus. Wait, I need the spider stats because it would be the spider's stealth stat, not mine. Oh, I have the spider pulled up. No, that's the giant spider. I don't need the giant spider. Definitely not a giant spider. Oh my gosh, I thought I had the spider pulled up. I am so sorry, everybody.
No worries.
Oh, now I can't find it. Oh.
It's okay. What did you roll?
Well, with mine it would be a 20, an unnatural 20, but I didn't know if the spider's modifier was different.
Let's see if I can find spider real quick.
I keep finding giant spider, and I'm definitely not a giant spider.
They have a +2 on Dex.
Okay, spiders have a +2 on Dex.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so it'd be
They get a +4 to stealth. Though
Okay,
that's under their
so-
skills.
so that'd be 23.
So 23. That's more than enough to beat the guards. You actually notice the guards are now that you can see them properly, because now as you crawl up the wall and look, you can see the totality of the room. You see that about halfway from the pool to the door, it switches from being a rough-hewn cavern that was naturally occurring to being finished, having a cobblestone floor with bricked-in walls. There's nothing ornate or fancy about the tunnel. The ceiling is about 20 feet high. You see these sets of statues that are facing each other, aligning along the walls. And the two guards are standing. One is leaning against the wall with just sort of his spear. He's got his hand on his spear, but it's definitely like propped against the wall. And the other one is just sort of leaning on his spear. They look bored, and they seem to be conversing but they're conversing in Orcish. All right, so you're making your way across the ceiling.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else doing anything? Or are you all just staying underwater?
Chaucer is going to come up with just like from here up so he can watch in case shit goes sideways, preparing to dash out of the water.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
And Miss will, as sneakily as she can, try to get to the edge of the water so that she can come out as quickly as possible as well.
All right.
You're muted, Alice.
Same with Lila.
Okay, perfect. All right, so Scout, you make your way across the ceiling. Where are you headed?
He is headed for the guard that is next to the pull rope.
Sorry, so you're heading to number 2. I don't know how well it shows up on the map for you, but the pull rope is here.
Yep.
This sort of line right there. And you guys can feel free to select a token for yourselves and place yourself down here along the edge. I'm going to make you guys, make yourselves a little bit, go up to like 12 feet, just for size. If I can do that, can you do that?
I'm going to leave mine tiny for the moment.
Okay,
'cause
that's
I'm a
perfect.
spider.
Yeah. And also, you should be back here because that's where the pool is. You guys are in the water. Are you the fist, Wren?
Yes. No, I'm the fist.
Oh, you're the fist.
No, I'm the leaf up by the guards.
If you have the hand tool selected, Alice, and you just click on your token, there are little pull things that you can pull to widen to make your token bigger. If you'll take it up till it says 12 feet, and then if you would label your token.
I cannot. It will only let me label it.
Weird. At least you're labeled. Why won't it let... That's weird. Okay, well, we'll go with it. What? Oh, there you go. Now you're bigger. That's good enough. All right. So, so Scout, you are in position as a spider. I'm going to give you a surprise round on the guards. They will not get to act. And let's go ahead and have everybody roll initiative. Just so we have the order set and ready for next round. Tier?
19.
All right. Patrick?
20.
Good job.
All right. Lila?
15.
And Scout.
20.
Who has the better dex between Enmis and Scout?
Mine's only a 12.
Enmis has a 20 dexterity.
Oh, there you go. So Enmis will go first. Can I rename these? No. Start that.
With the plan being as soon as Scout falls on top of the guy, would we, and our initiatives being the same, would it be feasible to say that the surprise round is as soon as Scout drops, Enmis could throw a dagger at the other guy?
Yeah, you guys are holding your action, so I'll let you, if you want to take a ranged action, we'll start with Scout, and then we'll let you all kick off, and then we'll move into proper initiative order. So let me, I'll just run that over there. All right, so Scout, roll to hit to land on. Make me an athletics check. You're a spider, so I'll give you advantage on landing on your target.
Okay. Well, he won't be a spider anymore when he lands on him.
Oh,
because his idea is he's going to literally drop from the ceiling and be himself. So his large body is what's going to land on the guard, not the spider form.
Okay, that's totally fine then.
So the guard's 7 feet tall, pure bog.
So I won't make you roll athletics for that. When you were a tiny spider trying to drop down onto a much larger target, I was going to make you make an athletics check to land properly. But for that, you are a small target becoming a large target as you land on a slightly smaller target, and that's not hard to do. So no roll necessary for that. So roll me a 2 hit, and I don't think armor class is even going to play into this 2 hit roll. I just want to make sure you don't absolutely flub it.
All right. You want me to roll that like an unarmed?
Yeah, roll it as an unarmed attack.
Okay, well then that would be an unnatural 20.
You land on him with no problem. And you do what is your unarmed attack damage?
2.
2. So he's going to take 2 points of damage plus.
It's 2 when I'm throwing a punch. I don't know what it is
Yes.
when all
gonna
270 pounds is landing on you.
I'm giving you the 2 points from the attack, and then we're going to apply falling damage. You're going to take half of that damage. He's going to take full damage plus the 2 from the unarmed strike for you landing on him, because I think that's the fair way to do it. Falling damage tier, that's a D6, right? Is it a D6 or a D10 for falling damage? I don't remember.
D6.
D6, that's what I thought.
It's 2d6 for every 10 feet.
So he takes 14 points of damage from your fall. Let me note that on his. Oh well, yeah, that'll do it.
You're taking 14, so I'll take 7.
Yeah, and you take 6 because you don't take the 2 from the strike that I applied to him. You take the fall damage, which was 12, but he cushioned your landing, so you take 6.
Gotcha. All right.
How do I? Come on, guys. This.
Scout is definitely feeling like this is not one of the smarter things he's done.
As you land on him, before he even finishes crumpling to the ground, you hear a sickening crack, like a green twig snapping. And you hear more than one of those cracks. And he crumples like a sack of potatoes under you, and is unmoving.
Oh no.
The other guard snaps up in surprise and is trying to raise his back up off the wall. Enmis, you are making an attack. Go ahead and roll to hit. What are you attacking with?
She's gonna pop out. Sorry. She's gonna pop out of the water and throw a dagger just straight towards him. Towards the other guard that was standing next to the box.
Roll to hit the other guard.
That is a 21.
That will hit. Roll me some damage.
The damage is 6 piercing.
All right.
Are you a rogue?
Yes, I am.
So
Did I get my sneak
you
attack?
can apply your sneak attack to that because it's a surprise round. Yes, he was unaware of your presence.
So that is an extra 7 sneak attack damage.
All right. Oh no, not yet. There's an extra 0 on there that I did not intend to add. There we go. All right, he takes it in the chest and looks extremely hurt. Like he is gasping, like you punctured a lung or something. He sucks in and he manages to say something out loud. It is a word in Orcish.
I speak Orcish.
I didn't realize you spoke Orcish too. So you and Lila both understand the command or the word that he issues, which is defend. And then he falls to the ground. He is still alive, but just barely. And with that, as he speaks those words, let me get back to Owlbear. Too many tabs. Need Let's use this because Tyr always uses this for baddies.
I've got a spot on my leg that's itching, y'all, and it won't stop.
Don't mind Tyr. He's not doing anything inappropriate online, I promise.
I got fleas.
But you're not even playing a tabaxi this time.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, question.
Yes.
What is Chaucer?
Human.
Okay, so it's 2 humans, an owlin, and a furbog. Okay. Oh no, Umber guy.
Not this time, I'm afraid. They don't exist in this world. Or do
Thank the
they?
gods. Oh.
At least it's not one of my mirror creatures.
Sorry, folks.
Patrick,
Just
that face
getting
just
everything
makes me
labeled.
want to give you more of them.
No, thank you.
What, you don't like my mirrors? I made them special just for you guys.
Thanks, I guess.
I thought you'd enjoy them more than mimics.
No. Stupid owlbear. Stop doing that. That's what I wanted. Thank you. And a 4. All right. So as he speaks the word defend, some of the statues along the wall, 6 of them, in fact, 2 of them, the 2 closest to you, Scout, are as they begin to move, you hear them grating, are obviously made of stone. They appear to be armored figures with maces, and then the other 4 are suits of metal armor that snap to, drawing swords, and prepare to attack. So let's move into proper initiatives, and that will bring up. Enmus.
All right. Well, let's see. 30 feet for walking. And Miss is just gonna, since she's already popped out of the water, she's gonna look to the other 2 and be like, "This is where the fun begins." I don't know what that accent was, but anyway. Let's see here. Is that 30 feet? No, that's so many feet. Well, she's gonna take her movement. Hang on. This hallway is 60 feet? Question mark?
Yeah, the scale's a little off.
Okay. I ask only because if it isn't, I wouldn't have been able to throw that knife. But if it is, the halfway point being where those suits of armor that are not activated, Enmus is going to use her full movement to get to there.
All right.
And then she is going to use everyone's favorite spell, Eldritch Blast.
All right.
On the guard.
On
Excuse
the
me,
guard.
in front of her.
Oh, on the armor.
Not the guard. On the armor, yeah, the armor.
On the
in
armor,
front
on
of her.
A3. Okay.
I believe that is, yes, A3. So, for that attack... Oh, why, Dice? Why do you have to do this to me? I rolled a natural 1.
Oh, hey, Tyr, you got that table handy?
Give me just 1 second here. we'll just ask Fatebot.
Ah, 24.
This says you rolled a 1d20, nice save, so nothing bad happens.
All right, good enough. Nothing bad happens. You dodged that bullet, but you fail to hit. You've used movement and action. Any bonus actions?
Let's see. Action, bonus action. She's gonna take the cunning action of a bonus action to try and hide. So she's gonna.
All right, make a stealth check for me.
Since she's standing so close to the other guard, the other suit of armor thing in that hallway. Dun dun dun. Come on, thing roll. That is a 28.
All right, so noted. All right, and that will bring us to Scout, I believe.
Yeah. Scout is, if you look at him, he looks like he's in a little bit of a panic.
What do I do? What do I do?
And he's going to, since he's still dripping wet, he's going to grab a drop of water off of his clothing and fling an ice knife at
Perfect. At which one?
At the statue on. If you're looking at the map, it would be, statue 2. So it would be on the right hand side of the hallway, but where he's facing, it would be to his left. I suppose.
Yes, perfect. All right,
And
go
let's
ahead and make an attack roll.
Let's throw that shard of ice. This is a 2-part spell. So first, let's see if we hit. That's 14 plus 11, so 25.
That hits.
All right, so he'll take the 1d10 piercing damage. Just a d10, not a percent. So 4 points of piercing damage, and the shard will explode. So the creature has to make a dexterity save with a DC of 17.
All right. DC 17 saving throw. That is an 11. What kind of save was that?
Dexterity.
Dexterity. He's got a +0 to his dex, so he takes it.
All right, so he'll take 2d6 cold damage. One of those is cocked. All right, so that's 5 points of cold damage. And the shard explodes whether it hits or misses, so either way, we'd have had to do that. But anyway, yeah, so it'll strike him, piercing damage, and then explode doing the cold damage.
And you said 5 points of cold damage?
5 points of cold damage.
All right. All right, and that leads us to...
And then I'll use half my movement to stand up, since I'm standing on the body of the guard.
All right, as it wouldn't let me label you, I should have made a note, and I failed to. Who had the 19?
I did.
All right, Chaucer, you are up.
Okay. I have a question. I had said that Chaucer was holding his action as soon as Scout fell. He was going to rush, but I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
You can go ahead and take movement. As you didn't really have a target at that point, I guess. Yeah, take movement to as far as you were comfortable getting to, as the other guard was down and barely moving, and then you can take this round as normal from there.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna run to A4.
All right.
With my great sword of sharpness.
Do it to it.
So +9 to hit. That is math 21.
21 armor class. 21 hits.
All right, so that will be what will that be? 14 points of slashing damage first attack.
Right.
Second attack, same as the first. $21.
21 hits.
All right, that'll be 11 points of slashing damage.
All right. You have knocked some pieces off that armor. It looks damaged. Anything else?
That's my turn.
No bonus action. No bonus action. All right. Next would have been the guard that Scout landed on, but all you get is a death rattle out of him as he is broken. His body is laying in ways that bodies should not lay. And then that brings up A1. A1, how much is their movement? Made it 25 foot speed. Okay. So, let's check A1's perception. No, A1 has no idea that Enmus is there. So A1 is going to move towards Scout. And it's going to take a full move action to get. There's going to dash this way, sort of lumbering towards you, Scout. But I don't believe he has any bonus actions he can use. So nope, that is the end of A1's turn. And then that brings up Lila.
Alrighty. Lila is going to dash up as far as she can go. And then she's going to remove would I be able to throw something at this point?
Sure.
Alright, she's gonna throw one of her vials of acid at A3.
Alright. Make a ranged attack for me.
Oh, that's gonna miss. That's a 2.
Yep, that'll miss. So the vial of acid hits the wall just behind A3 and shatters and leaves the wall smoking and pockmarked as sort of dissolving stone drips off of it into a pool onto the floor. That was your action and movement. You got any bonus actions?
Nope.
All right. Next in the order is A4. A4 is going to turn and attack Chaucer. And they get to make 2 melee weapon attacks. Do that much damage. All right. First attack is 15.
No, 15 misses.
Second attack is a 22, though.
That will hit.
All right, and they will do 9 points of damage to you. Slashing damage. And that will end their turn. Next up is a 2. A2 does not notice Enmus, so is going to move to attack Lila. Will a dirty 20 hit you?
Yes.
All right. So you will take 6 to 8 points of slashing damage from the first attack. Second attack, will a 13 hit you?
Nope.
Did not think so. All right. Next in the order is armor C, so that's A3. A3 already. I don't know. A3 will attempt to see if it notices Chaucer, or not Chaucer, Enmus, and but they have a very low wisdom. But they have no. Okay, so A3 fails to notice Chaucer, and is going to move to Lila, and is going to swing twice on Lila.
Will that armor's path cross by Enmus? Will I be able to get a swing on it as it passes, since it doesn't know I'm there?
Sure, I'll give you an attack of opportunity on that.
Sweet.
It wasn't being careful because it doesn't know you're there.
Let's see here. Come on, load. She's just gonna swing at it with the hand that has the ring of stored kinetic energy on it.
Ooh, all right. Go, Harry Dresden.
And here we go. A dirty 20.
That will hit. Roll damage.
Nice. So my regular damage is 2, plus it uses all 5. It uses all the charges that are stored up on it. It has 5 charges stored up on it. It uses all of them, so it's going to be an additional 5d6 bludgeoning. And these will also be pushed back 5 feet from me.
All right. So go ahead and roll the 5d6.
5d6. Ooh, that's a lot of good numbers. That is 22 bludgeoning, and he'll be pushed 5 feet back from me.
Nice. You knock some pieces off of him. He is looking about as in good shape as the armor that Chaucer is fighting. And let's move him. So you hit him when he was about here and interrupted his movement, and so that shoved him back over to here. He will then turn and take the rest of his movement to come towards you. But we're going to call that all of his action this turn, because you caught him completely off guard. And that will bring us to S2. S2 is going to come down to attack Chaucer. And they will... he is going to attempt... okay, that... remember that for later. All right, he's going to attempt a slam attack on you.
Alrighty.
That is a 21 to hit.
That will hit.
All right. And he will do 11 15 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone.
Okay.
So we will... green like grass. You're laying in the grass. There you go. So you are knocked prone, and that brings us to... Garde, who is... or Guard 1 is attempting to crawl into a corner and hide. I'm not even going to give him a roll for this, because he is not thinking clearly enough. He is so hurt to be particularly stealthy. He's just trying to get into the corner and be as unnoticed as possible and stop the bleeding from his shoulder. So that is all of his turn. And now Statue A. Statue A is going to move towards Scout, and is how that's across that far. 5. Should make that. Yes, he's got a 30. So he gets to Scout, and he is going to attempt a slam attack on Scout. Ooh, not with that roll. Or possibly not.
What'd you roll?
Wait, where is his actions? There they are. 14 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, all right.
Druid.
Squishy. Squishy for a bug.
And you will take 9 points of bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. Which is all of the amusing, because you are knocked prone on top of the crunched body of a guard that you landed on earlier. That's a familiar position for you.
Is he dead, or is he like?
Oh, he
still
is dead. You did 3 more hit points than he had. He is DED dead. And that brings us to top of the order, Emnus.
All right, I'm going to use my cunning action to disengage with this armor in front of me, moving the probably about 20 feet or so to be in the middle of the room, ish. And she is going to aim, that I did not realize, Eldritch Blast at the level that I'm at has 2 beams. So she is going to take 1 beam and aim it at the guard that she pretty much mortally injured, that is propped up against the box. And then another beam is going to be aimed at Armor 1.
All right, go for it.
So first beam is a 27 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Okay. Okay. That will be for 6 force damage on the guard that she injured.
He expires.
Perfect. And then the second one on...
He had 1 hit point left. He wasn't certain.
Perfect. The second beam on the armor 1, that'll be
Armor
a 22
1.
to hit.
That in fact hits. Roll damage.
And that will be 2 force damage from that.
All right. He was unhurt before, and is now scorched across his back. And you have garnered attention. Is that it for your turn?
That'll do it.
All right. Let's move to the next in the order, which is Scout.
Scout's going to kind of whisper to the body under him
Sorry.
as he stands up, taking half his movement to stand. Going to pull his it's not a great club. He's going to pull his club off his belt. And
All right.
try to just hit, what is that? A1 or S1? The one that's... I can't. There it goes. S1.
All right, you're hitting S1.
S1,
All right.
so the one that's slightly to his right.
Yep, go for it.
Or he's at least going to attempt to. S- 17 on the die plus 5. So that's 22.
It hits.
And clubs don't do a ton of damage. There it is. Like I had a d4. So it'll be 2 points of damage from the club.
All
The
right.
club doesn't do a lot of damage.
All right, you hit it. Some chips flake off the stone, but doesn't seem like it did much. Anything else? Bonus actions?
Nope, he doesn't have any.
Nope. All right, and that brings us to Chaucer.
Chaucer, the first thing is going to do is evasive footwork.
Okay.
That will add a 10 to their AC. They are going to ignore these two in front of them, let them take their opportunity attacks, and move up to A1 as it is
All right.
positioning along Scout.
All right, they will take their opportunity attacks, but a 14 and a 16 are not going to hit you with a plus 10 to your armor class.
Nope.
So you are unscathed as you make your way across, and may light up A1 at your discretion.
All right. Yes! 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 Nat 20 motherfuckers!
Do it again. Cut a limb off. And
No.
you attack him with that one.
No, unfortunately not again.
Oh well.
But that's going to be some damage because it is a sword of
Yeah, you
sharpness.
get 14 points of bonus damage on a crit from those, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Plus whatever it does normally.
So that'll be a total of 29 slashing.
All right. Is that including the 14?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. You knocked the chest piece off the armor. You come in with that first swing and you hit, and the straps that hold the armor together just give under the force of your blow, and the entire chest plate comes off. So now it's literally a helmet that's being supported by God knows what, and a back of the breastplate and the pauldrons and arms, with no chest, just a hollow chest, standing in front of you.
Right.
You have a second attack.
Yep.
Do it to it.
That is a 1.
Oh no! Roll me on the fumble. Do the fate.
Yep. Going to the
Make
fate
you do your
point.
own fate.
Nothing bad. Nothing bad.
You hit yourself for half damage.
All right, hit yourself for half damage.
All right. That'll be 10, 12. Divided by half is 6.
So you take 6 points of damage. As you swing through on that first swing, and you are so stoked that you just rip the chest off this thing. You feel like an utter badass. And as you pivot to come back through for the backswing, you misjudge the shot because there's no longer there's just a cavity there where the chest should be, and the shot should have hit because you threw them back to back. You were already starting to throw the second shot before you realized the chest plate was just gone, but couldn't stop the shot, couldn't change its direction, and the sword whips around, hitting nothing, and sort of smacks into your back and cuts into you a bit. I say with confidence as I've done that on the battlefield. All right, and that will bring up Armor A1, who is going to attack you back.
Well, at least I got its attention.
Oh, you definitely have its attention, and like I said, it is rough. It looks worse than the other one you hit earlier. It's barely holding itself together at this point. But I don't think that 14 is going to hit you.
It is not.
All right, and its second attack is even less. So it misses, and it is Lila's turn.
Okay, so Lila gets an idea in her head. She's gonna experiment with something real quick. In Orcish, she's going to yell, "Stand down!" Do the armors or statues do anything?
Make a persuasion check for me. It's going to be a high DC.
Great. Because, persuasion is what people who beat other people up are known for. Come on, nat 20.
Did you get the nat 20?
I did.
All right.
And that's literally the highest I can roll because my charisma is a +0.
All right. How do I want to handle this? All right. This is unexpected. I was not expecting that, but I love it. So, oh god, wow, they are just not, they're not smart creatures. All right, we're gonna give them a wisdom save for each one of them, and we'll see if they respond. So starting with S1. S1 passes. S2 does not. A1 does not. A2 does not. A3 gets a nat 1. And that's cocked. A4. A4 passes. Even with his -4 to wisdom, A4 is still in the game. Although A4 has been bloodied and beaten. So only 2 of them. A4. All right. So A3, A2, S2, and A1. As broken and battered as most of them are, stop, turn, return to their positions and wait. A4, however, I'm going to move him off of his statue. He hadn't moved before, but we're just going to move him over 5 feet so that I have him in the play field and know that he is still active. So that just leaves 2 targets active on the battlefield. And that makes it A4's turn. Unless you have another, you have a movement or a bonus action you want to do.
So that took up my full action besides movement and bonus?
Yeah, technically a skill check is an action, and since I made you use persuasion to command them, we're going to say that commanding the statues was an action. So you have bonus action and movement still left to you.
In that case, then that's it.
Okay. And that will bring up A4. A4 is going to come after you. I'm just going to dump the rest of these in the... don't need them anymore. Just take them off the board. Now I see how to do that. All right, cool. And A4 is going to swing on you. Wrong stat block. There we go. That is a dirty 20.
That will hit.
And it will do 6 points of damage to you.
Not 66, only 6, please.
Second attack is a 23.
That will hit.
And that will do 4 points of damage to you. And then that brings us to... all of them have stopped working. S1. S1 is going to ignore Scout and is going to step up on Chaucer and make a slam attack. So that is cocked. That was almost a 20. That was almost a nat 20. Instead, we get 7 plus 6, 13 to hit.
Does not hit.
All right, so he misses. And that is it for his turn. And that brings us to Enmus.
All right, let's see here. With all of these wonderful things that have decided to go away, Enmus is going to take a couple more steps to, towards one of the statues that have decided to not move anymore, getting a better angle so that she can, again, do every warlock's favorite spell, Eldritch Blast. The first beam being on S1 and the second beam being on A4.
All right, blast away.
Blasting at S1. That is a dirty 20.
That will hit.
For a total of 3 force damage.
Okay.
The second attack on A4 is a 13.
That does not hit.
Okay. And using some more movement, going over to the box. And would it be possible to do my fast hands bonus action to possibly see if the box is locked, and if it is locked, try to pick it?
You can check and see if the box is locked, and it is definitely locked. I'm going to give you give me an investigation check.
$17.
Okay, what you see are a series of keyholes lined up along the edge of the box. There are 7 keyholes along the edge of the box. And from what you can discern, given your propensity for opening locks, the keys. It looks like the keys have to go in a certain order. The locks have to be done in a certain order in order to unlock the box.
Okay. That'll be her turn then. That'll just
All right.
She'll shoot those two out and then step to the box. Now that she's taken out the guards, she's going to go to work.
All right. Actually, with that investigation check, each of the keyholes, you notice just inside, like looking at the keyhole itself, as if the key that had been put into it had paint or something on it. You can see color, just traces of color on each keyhole, and they're all different. And we'll come back to you momentarily. So hold on to that thought. That brings us to Scout.
Scout, having seen Chaucer knock the front off one of these and that it's empty inside, assuming it's some sort of spell or enchantment, Scout is going to attempt to dispel magic on this thing.
Okay.
All right.
What
so
level are you casting that at?
He's going to cast it at... I'm going to. He's going to cast it at 5th level, assuming that it's a higher level spell.
All right. Me check something real quick. Okay. What is the? Is there a save for that or?
No.
No.
So.
No, we don't use dispel magic very often.
So, since I'm casting it at 5th, if it's a 5th level or lower spell, the enchantment ends. Otherwise, it's a DC of 10 plus the spell's level for me to be successful on it.
Okay.
But there's no save against it.
Yeah. You've noticed that the ones, when they were awake, now that they've gone back to sleep, you very clearly can see that their eyes glow softly when they're awake and moving and have been ordered to do something. You see very clearly as it turns to look at you as you cast this, that its eyes are still glowing, that it is still awake.
Okay, so...
But the dispel magic seems to have had some effect, because it as it turns to look at you as you cast, its head slows in the turn and then stops, and it appears locked in place as if it has lost its mobility. It's now it's Tin Man waiting for an oil can now. It's stuck. Its eyes are glowing, and if anything, you get the feeling from the look it's giving you that it is pissed. If this thing is capable of being pissed, at least that's the way it feels to you, because it's looking directly at you with these burning eyes, but it's immobile.
Okay.
So you managed to shut off one of the aspects of what fuels these things, is what I'm saying. It is immobile, but it is still awake, but it can't do anything. That brings us to Chaucer.
Seeing that it's immobile, figured out the scale's wrong, so Chaucer will move to A4, 2 swings.
Sure. Go for it.
That is a 14.
14 will miss.
And 21.
That will hit. Roll your damage.
That is 11 points of slashing damage.
How do you want to do it?
Just right down the fucking middle. Just great sword.
You open it like a fucking can opener. You had already taken some chunks off of it, like it was missing plates from its legs and its arms. One of the pauldrons was gone. The helmet was already dented from your last barrage on it when you first attacked at the very beginning of this fight, and now you split the thing in two, and the two halves just fall away. And we are out of combat. There's nothing else here can attack.
If we are out of combat...
You want to take a break?
No, we've only got an hour. So,
Okay.
Chaucer wants to walk over and examine the box that's the lock box to see what it's made out of.
Sure. Make an investigation roll. And Miss, I want you to make an insight check.
She would also want to, after seeing this box and the keys and stuff, look at the body that's to the left of her to look for like a key on him or something.
Yeah, sure. Give me an insight and investigation.
And while they're doing that, Scout is going to cast Find Traps.
All right.
So that is a 19.
19. The box seems to be adamantine.
Fuck.
My insight was a 9 and my investigation was a 10.
Okay, so your investigation, he's a dead body. He's easy to search. You find on a chain around his neck a key. The key around his neck is a violet color.
So I need to interrupt. We're being raided by Records of the Realm with a party of 6. Thanks for the raid.
Thanks for the raid, guys.
Metal.
It's your metal. Yeah, you find a key. It is violet in color. It seems to, from what you noticed on the box, line up with the 7th keyhole, the last one. You moved over there. Lila and Scout, give me perception checks.
All right. Was I able to get off my spell? Before we do that?
Yes, you found no traps.
Okay, no traps within range. Okay, awesome.
The insight was a 9. Anything from that?
Nothing that you didn't already have. You feel like, just from examining the mechanisms that you can see, that the keys need to be put in order to open it. And you have the 7th key. Yes.
Okay,
And
cool.
and I would like to note that Find Traps would have included anything that was on the box.
You get a magical tingle from the box.
All right. So
Like,
the spell would sense an area of effect spell such as alarm, a glyph of warding, or any sort of mechanical trap as well.
okay, yeah, you get a sense of is it conjuration, the summoning spells?
Yes.
Yeah, so you get a conjuration magic feel when you try to detect traps off of the box.
That box might be trapped. Be really, really careful. And you said a perception check, sir?
Yes.
That's 22.
17.
Okay, both of you notice that the Scout, you notice the stone statue frozen directly in front of you has something around its neck
You very, very, very timidly reach out and like try to get it.
Okay. Yeah, you get it, no problem. Lila, you notice when the armor in front of you was split in half by Chaucer, something. Yeah, the armor fell in two halves, but something fell and bumped into your foot. And you look down and you find a key. The key that you find is indigo in color. Lila and Scout, you find a red key.
We both find red keys.
No. Scout finds a red key, and Lila finds an indigo key.
Gotcha.
Oh. Lila's going to go ahead and put on her amulet and change into a fancy party gown.
Okay.
Before, tossing the key over and Mrs. Way.
And Miss will catch it out of the air and be like, I do not want to be an alarmist, but we are looking for this key, and then I have a key. Any more keys in this room would be perfect. And then she's going to start to try and examine the box to see if there's any way that she can tell the order on which she has to put the keys in.
While she's examining the box, Chaucer wants to look around for more keys.
Okay. Chaucer, give me investigation, and
I got a 5.
yeah, okay. I'll get to you in a second. And Miss, you find make a straight intelligence check for me.
The straight intelligence check is a 3.
Roll with advantage on that.
Okay. I'll roll it again. Oop. That's a 14.
That's much better. Okay, I feel I can't. This is 5th grade stuff, guys. At best, right here. This you recognize the color pattern of what you can see scraped in the keyholes are the spectrum, and it runs from red to violet in order along the edge of the box. As you notice those paint markings or the whatever it is that is scraped off on the box, you have 1 and 7 in your hands currently.
Cool.
I'm sorry, you have 7 and 6 in your hands because Scout hasn't given you the key yet. My bad. You have 7 and 6.
I found this one. It looks red.
I will take that, thank you. Any keys, just bring them to me. And as soon as Envis has the red key, she'll insert it first into the box.
Tyr, you're looking around, you're looking under the pedestal, you're looking around the bases of the statues, and you just aren't noticing anything. Anybody else looking for keys?
Yeah,
this one
why
was
not?
this one was hanging on its neck. Maybe they're wearing them.
With Tyr, with that new information, you can make another perception check or investigation check. Whichever's higher. Do whichever one you feel best with. And Lila, Wren, you can make perception or investigation checks as well.
A nat 20.
Sure, why not? He'll walk around and look and see if anyone else is wearing them like necklaces.
And sure enough, each and every one of them, you all, whichever statues you're looking at, all 3 of you, Tyr, you're smiling enough that I feel like you made that check better. No? What'd you roll?
I got a 4.
4. So even with them telling you they're hanging around their necks, you're still looking in the what you consider to be hiding places instead of looking in the obvious place, because it can't be that easy. You're a career criminal. It can't be that easy. You all, Lila and Scout, you managed to find the rest of the keys. Each of the statues that came to life had a key around its neck. You have now 7 keys in all, 1 for each color of the rainbow. And you give them to Enmis, I assume.
Of course.
And she will slowly enter the keys into the box in the correct order of Roy G. Biv being red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet.
There you go. And as once you've inserted all of them, you then go back down the line and you turn red, and then orange, and yellow, and green, so on. And you turn all of them, and there's a click, and you open the box, and there is a ornate-looking ivory key sitting on a pillow inside the box.
As she picks up the key, you will all see the water kind of fall off of her as she's casting prestidigitation that she can do at will, and also disguise self at will. Her clothes will change to be a very form-fitting black dinner evening dress gown, sleeveless and backless. She herself will also turn into a petite-looking, pale-skinned, black-haired human with green eyes. And she will say, I believe it is party time.
Hold on, there's something I want to do first.
Alright, what would you like to do?
The key's been taken out of the box, right?
Yes.
Lila is going to close the box, lock the box, take the keys out of the box, go back over to the pool, and throw them in the water. Because why not?
Alright, cool. You did that thing. Alright.
Just one way to cover your tracks.
Should we dump one of the guards in the water too, so it looks like he made off with them?
Perhaps. Why not both?
Chaucer's dragging bodies to the water.
Alright, you
Since
throw
this
the
is
bodies in the
probably
water?
a strength check, like Lila will help.
I'm not going to make you roll for that. You manage to drag the bodies and dump them in the water.
And the necklaces cast prestidigitation.
Yep.
I will use prestidigitation to clean the blood.
Cool. So you spend a few minutes doing that. You've cleaned your scene. I'm guessing you. Do you leave the 2 halves of the suit of armor laying in the floor?
Oh no.
Okay, you clean that up. The only thing you can't really clean up easily is how much damage a couple of the other suits of armor have taken from your fight with them, and statue 1 is frozen in its position, and it is pure stone. There is no way you guys are moving that back to its position, and it's not frozen in its standing rest position like the rest of them are. It just stands there with its eyes glowing, staring in one locked direction at where Scout used to be.
So, before we leave, Lila's gonna do one last thing. She's gonna take her second and last vial of acid. She's gonna disintegrate the rope.
Okay.
The alarm rope.
Sure. You have your brand new slippers of spider climb. You can climb up the wall and pour it onto the rope up high, so that the rope melts away and falls to the ground harmlessly.
Yeah.
All right. And are we going to the party, guys?
Before they do, Scout will use prestidigitation to make sure he's all the way dry and not drippy. He will use the amulet's charge of disguise self to make his clothes look like he's wearing like a very nice deep blue formal outfit, like doublet and breeze and all that. Then he's going to use an actual disguise self spell so that he looks like, not changing his height, he's still stupidly tall. He's just going to make himself look like a human.
Okay, so you're a 7-foot tall human.
He feels like it attracts less attention than a fear bog.
There you go. All right, so you've all prestidigitated yourselves and activated your party clothes. And Ennis, you have the key to the door.
All right, let's go party. And she's gonna put the key in the door and turn it to open it.
All right, you unlock the door. The door swings open almost silently. You are in a curving, darkened stairway. It leads up about 20, 30 feet. And where it emerges, there is a short landing, 5 to 7 feet, and then a stone archway that, as the map said, comes out right next to the door to the kitchens. You can hear the sound of partygoers chit-chatting and laughing, and merriment being made. There is some sort of quartet of musicians playing. Are you? Yeah. So you're on the landing now, looking out into the party proper. You can see partygoers mingling. You can see the decor inside the Citadel is opulent. Surfaces are carved with reliefs of all sorts of animals you've never seen before. There are a lot of dragon motifs. You can tell this makes some of the partygoers, just at a glance even, uncomfortable. There is lots of gold and silver inlay into the carvings. What do you want to do?
And Miss will link arms, kind of scooping Scout's arm into hers so that she is basically arm candy, and kind of leads him, making a slight orcish call to Lila, saying, "You find the captain, and I will keep eyes on you to make sure that we can honeypot." And the last thing she'll say in common is, "Come along, Scout. You must be my date." And then she'll lead him into the party.
Well, now that's certainly appearing. Looking at their height differences.
Oh, okay. I've never been to a fancy party before.
Don't worry, I will lead. You just have to follow and nod and smile.
Well, that I know how to do.
Perfect.
This is my first grown-up party.
Oh, perfect. It's magnificent. There are many things you can learn at a grown-up party. While she's having this conversation, she's going to be doing the whole, pacing the room to try and find the captain of the guard.
All right. Lila, Chaucer, what are you guys doing?
Also looking for the captain.
All right. You begin to mingle through the room. As you do, you see, there are tables, little standing tables, the high tables that you don't sit down at, scattered around the party. And at one point, there's kind of a choke point, where the architecture demands that the pathway be a little smaller, and the tables on either side there have made it so that, partygoers are sort of having to move past each other carefully there. As you are moving through that area and out into the main crowd where the bar is and everything, at one of those tables sitting are a couple of very bureaucratic-looking gentlemen standing, I should say, they're not sitting. And standing with them is just a beast of a man. Picture Zangief, but with like Ragnar Lothbrok from Vikings haircut, like the wide skater mohawk with the long wrapped ponytail. He's wearing a shirt that is open all the way to his navel. He has a thick patch of chest hair. His sleeves are pushed up, and he has got scars and thick hair along his arms. and you all recognize Sergei Gorbitsky, the Great Red Bear, and not 10 feet away from him, at a standing table across the aisle, is a couple of more very bureaucratic-looking gentlemen, and the Great Bald Eagle, Merrick. And the two of them are both drinking and both occasionally staring daggers at one another before they go back to their conversation. It is the most uncomfortable thing to have to walk between them, but the party guests are soldiering on in order to do it. Everybody give me a perception check to see if you can spot the captain.
Chaucer is not looking for the captain.
Okay.
Chaucer is going to walk up to the big red Russian bear and loudly go, "I agree, but you should go over there and tell him he's a dick to his face," and point at America.
Oh.
Not yet. Not yet.
The Merrick stares at you, and you see one of the two handlers that are with him put his hand on his chest and stop a server to get him another drink. You see they are talking him down, basically. Sergei laughs boisterously. Ha ha ha! This is good joke. Yes. I should go tell him this, but I could wipe floor with him. It doesn't matter. This is party. We party. And he immediately grabs a drink off of a server's tray. Don't know if it was intended for someone else, but he grabs it and he puts it down in front of you. And then he raises his glass to you to toast and drink.
So
Do you drink with Sergei?
I drink with Sergei.
There you go. All right, so you have been drawn into the conversation with Sergei. There's and are now drinking with the Russian. We'll come back to that. Everyone else, your perception checks?
21.
14.
A 9.
Lila, you have no trouble spotting him from across the room. Your training in picking people out in crowds from years of having to hunt down people that owed money to the wrong people have led you to being able to spot people in thick crowds easily, and it is a matter of moments before you have slipped through the crowd gracefully and are right next to this orc captain, Grumsh.
You're muted.
Very
muted.
slyly in
there you go.
Orcish. Very slyly in Orcish, she is going to say, I do like a man in uniform.
As Lila was slipping away from us, is it possible I could have tapped her shoulder and cast a guidance on her?
Sure, I'll allow that.
Straight.
He turns and sort of looks you up and down. And he responds in Orcish. You're not as stalwart as my usual tastes run, but you look fit enough. And he sort of raises his eyebrows at you. Can I get you a drink?
She'll accept very politely in Orcish.
So he will flag down a server. He will get you. He orders the sort of equivalent of a tequila sunrise. It is a fruity drink, because he thinks that's what you'll like. And offers it to you.
She'll take it,
So
and she will sip, but not actually sip.
Roger
You
that.
know how you...
Yep.
It looks like you take a sip, but you don't really.
Yeah, you put your tongue in the way, and yeah, that's gotcha. I'm unfortunately on duty right now, so I can't drink with you, but perhaps when the festivities die down, we could get to know each other a little better.
I'd like that.
Well, I hope you'll stick around.
Is there any way that Enmis and Scout could clock where Lila is in the crowd of people?
Give me perception checks.
Being 7 feet tall, is it possible I could have just watched her as she was going?
Give me a perception check. Don't fail horribly.
That's
Loch,
fair.
just wanted to let you know we're at 30 minutes.
Yep.
Unnatural 20.
I got a 7.
You have dead eyes on Lila, and you failed to notice the captain just standing there, sort of surveying the room earlier. But now that she's next to him, no problem at all.
Scout
so
would quietly speak to Emnus.
So, other than common, what languages do you speak?
Oh, my little friend. Ironic because you are not little at all.
I'm
Let
just a
us see.
kid.
And that is very fair. You're very big for it, just a kid, and so experienced too. And she will switch to Elvish. Does this tongue satisfy you? Do you have the language of these?
I could speak that language, yes.
Perfect. My big tall friend, I have not been able to find this captain of the guard anywhere in this magnificent party, and I think I seem to have lost Lila as well. I don't know if I know where Chaucer is, but would you be able to tell me a little bit with your big eyes?
So, without taking his eyes off Lila, will he speaking to Emnus?
It's okay, I could see them both from here. How tall is Emnus?
Amnes is 4'9".
Oh yeah, there's
Mutt
almost
and
a
Jeff.
3-foot difference. Yeah.
It's okay, I could see them.
Okay, so here's the plan. I have an idea to make possibly, if we can find out where the two of the big boys are, there's a possibility that I could push it to make them start to fight with each other. I have one of the tricks I've learned is being able to throw my voice across the way and make it not sound like my voice. So if we could find them, and then if you keep your eyes on Lila, we can set off this trap and she can do what she needs to do.
I thought we walked past them on our way over here.
Would Edmus have noticed the two very large gentlemen?
I think it would be hard to miss them, quite frankly.
Okay. Good. Perfect. You're right, we did just walk past them. So let us get a little bit closer to... Who do you think we should do, the eagle or the bear?
I don't know. I'll let that be your choice.
Okay, let's just get closer.
Just kind of
So-
guide me so I don't lose Lila.
Oh, perfect. Just follow me, follow my lead, and then Enmus will start to lead Scout and head about 30 feet away from Merika'a, and using minor illusion in a whisper. Because we have heard this big bear's voice, she's going to have it whisper in his voice. I could do his big voice, but it's she wants the whisper to say, "You are such a loser. Why are you even at this party? I'm cooler than you. Why even be here? Dragons are cool. You're not."
Make a performance or a persuasion check. Either one, whichever your choice is.
Hell yeah, we'll do a performance check. Oh yeah, that's a 22.
All right, awesome. Yeah, you you perfect imitation of the great red bear's voice, just at the ear of Merrick, and you see him bristle, and as he starts to turn, one of his handlers tries to talk him down yet again, but he doesn't hear a word of it. He tosses the table to one side, shoves his handler out of the way, and storms across to Sergei, grabbing him by his very open shirt. "Say that to my face!" Chaucer, you are sitting right there for this. You fortunately haven't had enough time to be more than a drink in with the bear at this point, so you're still pretty cogent. And the bear just laughs, and even though he's looking up at Merrick, who is taller than him, Sergei is still a big guy. He's almost as broad. He's twice as broad as Merrick is easily. Just looks up at him and goes, "Oh, you think you are big man now? You think you are tough enough to handle bear, little birdie?" And that sets off Merrick, who throws the first punch. And a brawl erupts next to you.
Josh is just gonna and walk away.
All right, as you are walking away, guards start to. One of the guards blows a whistle, and you see guards starting to come out and converge towards the area. Lila, the captain who is with you, you see him roll his eyes like, "Now what?" And he pauses. He places his hand on your shoulder, very, very lovingly and caressingly, and is like, "Please don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I just have to go deal with something, but I wish to continue our conversation." And he leans in to give you a little peck on the cheek.
She accepts it, but since she's not a thief, she's not going to try and take that amulet while he's distracted right now, because she hasn't run that honeypot yet, so we moved some things around apparently. Because we don't have that amulet yet, and now we've run the distraction.
We've got the device though, so let's run with it.
As the captain of the guard is making his way towards the fighting, he is about to walk right past you, Scout, and you, Enmis. Do you want to do anything as he walks past?
Excuse me, sir?
What is it?
As Scout says, "Excuse me," Enmis is going to very subtly hip check Scout into the guard, so that he will use the big form, knocking the guard down, and then Enmis is going to try and help him up and slide a hand the amulet off of him.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check with advantage, because Scout is playing along and helping you. Or Scout is just doing what Scout does, but it's perfectly playing along for what you wanted.
Enmis realizes hardcore that this is a child on a very serious heist.
I'm so sorry. I'm kind of big and clumsy, and I trip on my own feet an awful lot. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. My friend is very big, and there are so many people here. I'm so sorry. 32 on that sleight of hand.
Oh, fuck yeah. No. Even with the really decent roll I made for his perception, he doesn't come close to noticing that. He's very put off because he was talking to a pretty girl, and has been pulled away by some nonsense that he doesn't even know what it is yet. he's like, it's fine. Just get out of my way. I got to see what's going on over here. And he just pushes past the two of you and storms over to where the fist fight hasn't escalated yet. It is still just fists between the Aarakocra and the human. But the guards who are trying to pull them apart, at a glance, you notice, are having no real luck yet. You have the amulet. You have gotten away from the fight, Chaucer. And Lila, you are at the corner of the bar, and you see from your vantage point the two guards come rushing out of the little alcove at what you know to be the vault entrance, sprinting to go and see what's going on, as more and more guards are blowing whistles because they just can't get these two under control.
Lila is going to slip away from the bar and go down the hallway.
And
All
this
right.
will guide Scout to the hallway, being very subtle about showing where their hands are linked. Scout would feel the amulet is in her hand, using Scout's hand on top of it to kind of hold it between the two of them.
Chaucer follows.
All right, you make it to the door. Enmus and Scout, Lila, you get to the door first. Chaucer, you are right behind because you were already headed that direction at the start of the brawl. These two were delayed by stopping to get the amulet. They arrive shortly thereafter. When you two get to the door is locked. There is no handle, no keyhole, no means you can see to open the door. But as Chaucer walks up with the amulet on his person, as Emnus walks up with the amulet on her person, there is a click and a sound of air escaping as if the door were completely sealed, and the door swings open.
In we
And you
go.
may all go inside.
Everybody slips in. Can we try and close the door?
You can close the door.
Then we definitely close the door.
You close the door, and as you move inside, once Emnus gets 10 feet away from the door, you hear the door lock and seal again. You all looking around the room, you see the room is, or I should say, the room is the tower, and the tower is probably 30 to 40 feet across. It is circular, and there is a staircase along the wall that rotates up the tower, and it is a good 60 foot up to get to the next floor. Are you heading for the stairs?
Yes.
Might as well. How the hell are we supposed to tell what direction is north, though? Or any of the directions?
Oh, north is easy. I always know where north is.
Oh, okay. We're definitely going to need you for placing the things in.
I can do that. Well, speaking of things I can do, is anybody real hurt? Anybody need help?
I'll be fine.
No, I'm alright. Then this is the point where if the two of you will secure the teleports out, or no, wait, we're in the tower. We're not in the library.
You're not in the library yet. You got to climb 60 feet worth of stairs to get to the library.
Book
Yeah,
it.
well then let us hurry up these steps then.
All right. As you approach the steps, you feel the amulet warm again in your hand, and suddenly, you see holes appear in the floor at the base of the stairs. You see small spike points pop up out of them for just a second, and before lowering back in, and a grate slides across, covering the holes. As you see that the amulet you are carrying not only opens the door, but also disarms other safeguards that were in place. You all begin moving up the stairs, and about halfway up the stairs, about 30 feet off the ground, you encounter some holes in the wall that appear that you didn't see until you got close to them. Once again, the amulet warming, and you see just small flames burning inside the holes before the holes close themselves over with a grate. And you pass unmolested at the top of the stairs. When you reach the top plate, you see a pressure plate become visible by popping up a little bit higher, and then a piece of ironwork come out and close over it to prevent you from putting pressure on it. And make me an insight roll for that one, Emnus.
You got it. That roll is a 15.
You can spot the mechanism as it is starting to close. That if you had activated that trap, it would, no matter what you had done, would likely have reactivated the 2 traps below, and the staircase would have turned into a slide, slamming you back through the fire trap and through the and down into the spikes below. So congratulations, you defeated my trap riddle, and you make it to the door to the library, which is just an archway. There's no actual doorway to the library. It is standing open inside the library.
The archway looks like the archway in the drawings and stuff that
No,
talked
it does
about
not.
the portal.
This is
Okay.
no. This is just a plain stone arch leading into the room. The ceilings here are 30 feet tall. You see a carpet under the table, several bookshelves along the walls, or actually lots of bookshelves along the walls. On the table in the center of the room, there's a book. The book is open to a page. And on that page is a depiction of the amulet that you have in your hand. There are no other exits from this room that you can see. As you, I should say, what are you doing?
Miss will begin, just look to her companion and say, it's time for work. 2 of you begin doing the setting up of the portal stones, and then Chaucer and I would begin looking for the secret entrance to the vault, and then that's what she will do.
Yep.
Lila will hold out her hand for the bag of holding, because that's where this stuff is.
Chaucer will toss Lila the bag of holding.
Alright, come on, Scout.
Scout will identify north.
All right. And Lila, I'm sorry, Emnus rather. What are you doing?
Oh, Envis is investigating the bookshelves around the room, so trying to find like some form of like secret door or mechanism to trigger opening the vault.
Okay. As you approach the bookshelves, not all of them, but you approach a couple of bookshelves, and as you get close to them, they rattle in their place for a second, and then you feel the amulet glow or warm once again, and you see them sort of settle back down. You get the distinct impression that without the amulet, there are inanimate objects in this room that would attack you.
So that is fun.
Give me an investigation check.
You got it.
I'm helping, so do it with advantage. Question
Sure,
mark?
absolutely.
You got it. That is a 13.
You find no mechanical way to open a secret passage. You can't find the secret passage. Actually, now with the 13, you don't know where the secret passage is. You can't find anything on the bookshelves.
She'd move over to the book on the desk and the rug.
As you approach the rug, you feel the amulet glow once again, and you see the corners of the rug rise up, flutter for a second, and then settle back down like a dog hearing someone come into the room and bristling for a second, and then realizing it's someone they know and putting their head back down. You get the distinct feeling that carpet would attack you if you didn't have that amulet.
Nom nom nom.
Stepping over to the book, which requires you to walk on the carpet, you see that the book is open to a page, and there is a picture of the amulet, a very accurate sketch of the amulet drawn on the page. As you lean down to examine it more closely, and you can tell there's some very, very fine writing on the page. As you lean in to read the writing, you feel the amulet glow once again, and the page of the book recesses where the drawing is, leaving a perfectly amulet-shaped spot in the book page.
Well. Perfect. She'll take the amulet out of her hand and put it into the perfectly amulet-shaped hole.
As you do, there is a flash of light and a click, and you see one of the bookcases pop forward and slide out of the way, opening a rough-hewn tunnel with a stairwell curving up. Lila or Scout, one of you. I'm guessing Scout, you are pointing at cardinal directions and giving instructions, and
Or
Lila
he can
is.
put Yeah,
And
or he can
Lila's
put on
doing
his
places.
slippers so that we can both
Okay.
do it and get it done faster.
All right, so you're both doing it. Give me, what do we want to call that? Give me dex checks, just to see if you get them affixed and attached in the right spots. Just one from each of you, and we'll say that covers the two, since we're running low on time.
19.
What's my modifier? 18.
All right, no problem. You both set to work. You climb up to the point where the wall meets the ceiling. You affix the devices in place as you were instructed. You activate the devices. You see the glow, and you see lines of energy spread from one to the next, forming a circle around the room perfectly. And from what you were told about how the devices work, that seems to indicate that everything went correctly. And you may all now proceed to the vault.
We go.
We
or at
go
least Lila definitely does.
to the vault.
Wrong character.
All right. You make it. There is a large door. It is obviously a foot thick. It appears to be adamantine. There is complicated gearwork that you can tell resides within it, hidden behind a few dials and knobs. But you are a practiced thief, Enmus, so this is your moment to shine. Anyone else want to do anything while Enmus is attempting to open the vault door?
Lila's gonna pull out one of her explosives just in case and Miss can't get through the door. She plans to just blow it up.
Okay. Scout, you doing anything?
Scout's mentally running through all the instructions that they were given and what they're supposed to be looking for and whatnot because he has keen mind, so it's all like memorized.
All right. All right. So, Emnus, make that sleight of hand check.
Oh, you got it. With my bonus, that is a 22.
You're almost there. You're so close to it. You can feel the last tumbler just isn't quite in the right place. You just need that one last tumbler to fall. Give me one more sleight of hand check.
Oh yeah, that's way better. That is a rolled 20 plus 13 for a 33. That was what I was expecting.
There you go. Yeah, you are sweating for just a minute. You are you, like, damn it, why won't this tumbler go? And then you pause, you take a breath, and you realize that it's the tension you're putting on the tension tool to try and get it to drop is actually impeding your own way, and you move the tension tool to relax it, and you hear the tumbler drop, and then you pull your tools free and you spin the big wheel, and you are able to pull open the vault, and you step inside, and in the vault, in the center of the room, there is a table sitting on top of a rug. And on top of the table, there is a case. It is transparent. There are no seams in it. It seems to almost be a solid block of crystal or something. And inside, suspended in the crystal, there is a key and a pair of goggles, and they are sitting dead center in the room on the table. Looking around the room, you also see an armor stand with various things on it. You see weapon stands. There are 14 pieces of art hanging on the walls. They are all masterpieces and things you have never seen before. Works incredible. Some of them are dragon-based. Some of them are just portraits. Some of them are just landscapes, but they are gorgeous. And there are even a couple of depictions of the Great War on display in these pieces of art.
Excuse me, Loch. I got to interrupt, man, but it's that time.
Okay. We'll wrap up real quick. There is also notably a pillar that runs floor to ceiling, made of crystal, and you can just make out inside the pillar a set of gleaming plate mail and a great sword locked inside the crystal, but you have no way or idea of how to get it out. And you see the stone archway, as described, standing against the wall. What do you guys want to do?
I
Ines will use
immediately
her
go for the
elemental
nude.
gift.
Okay, you're going for the nude. And sorry, what did you say, Patrick?
Edmus is going to use her elemental gift so that she has a flying speed and is able to hover, and then she is going to hover over to the middle of the table and remove, without touching the carpet, remove the 2 items that are in the glass case, and then head back to wherever the bag of holding is at that point in time.
Lila's got it.
Sorry, guys. My headphones just cut out. But I should be working again.
Test.
Maybe.
Test. Teething
Check.
test.
Or am I not hearing anybody on Discord? Tech gremlins.
Yay.
I did not hear what Patrick said. Trying to fix
Elemental
my
flight.
problem, and I'm sorry.
No, you're Gucci. Can you hear me still? Or no?
Come on.
No, I'm gonna take that as a no, he can't.
Why are you going so slow?
We're going to have to wrap it here in a minute. So
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to finish this one.
We get the things.
Some video. Somebody say something. See if I can hear you.
something.
Something.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us
I'll
now?
take that as a no.
Can you hear us now?
I'm
Are we
just
there yet?
gonna
Are we there yet?
Keep walking.
There we go.
Walking.
All right, I've got sound.
Yeah, it's. I'm sorry, Loch, but we're going to have to call it.
Okay, all right, I'll do a wrap up real quick since I didn't hear what you said. As you guys are using the thing to try and open, you follow all the instructions. Once you know the thing is powered up, you attempt to use the archway stones in order to get them open, to get the portal out. Nothing happens. And as you all begin to sweat and worry, suddenly the building shakes. And you hear crunching and breaking and cracking. And then you feel the sensation of rising and rising and rising. And then you stop rising and you feel the shift sideways. And then with a thud and a jarring motion, you feel contact with the ground again. And you hear a voice from the secret doorway from the library. Or where you think, from that direction, from the stairs. Moving down the stairs, you look back out, and you realize that you are on an airship. And there's a tree on the airship in the hold with you, and you see, standing next to the tree, Reginald and Suma, and a very sleepy-looking Gorgon bull, a big blue armor-plated bull. And Reginald is laughing, and he's like, "Oh, that worked a treat. Much better than I could have anticipated. Look, we got everything that was in the vault. And I got the prize I was after, too. The Orc Mystic's prized Gorgon. Isn't she lovely?" And he strokes her gently. We'll have my people go through the room with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that everything is unlocatable very quickly. And then we'll let you all divvy up what was found. I assume you have the items I requested, though.
Hand them over.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he takes the items. Oh, yes. Oh, these are going to be a lovely piece for my collection. And he takes the painting from Lila and unrolls it. Oh, she's even more beautiful than I can remember. Remind me sometime to tell you about skinny dipping in the blue sea. I can't recommend it enough. And that is where we are going to leave it for tonight.
All right, guys. Thank you.
So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. And real quick, we'll remind you who we are, and then we'll get out of here.
Hey everybody, I'm Wren Matley. You can find me over on Twitter at Wren_Matley.
Hi, I'm Alice. You can find me on Twitter at Cap'n Cupcake.
Patrick here, and you can find me on Twitter at PeculiarPatrick.
And I'm Tyr, and you can find me on Twitter at Tyr_the_DM.
And I have been your DM, Loch Clark. You can find me on the Book of Faces and the Twitter Patients at Loch Unruly. That's Loch with an H. And remember, guys, times are tough and things get hard. So you're not alone in the dark. There are torchbearers everywhere. If you can't be a torchbearer, look for one. And if you can be, raise a torch for someone else. so that you can bring light into their life. We love all of you, and thank you for tuning in, and hope you have a wonderful evening. Good night.